No, you can't get them. Right. So you can everybody does this. So you couldn't convince me.
That's true.
Oh, yeah. I had two before I even came here. I thought, don't do it, Chris.
That's a lot.
Uh,
And also, I get a little hungry during the day.
Same. I brought a power bar, but it's like bringing a candy
Did
bar.
too, yeah. Yeah, I usually eat late breakfast and early dinners, real meals.
Yeah, see, I get up early, so I eat an early breakfast, but I didn't this morning because I had too much coffee, and then I eat early dinner.
Mhm.
I was telling Cheryl I was supposed to go meet up with some people after this, and
the last bunch of times I've said,
I've been
don't,
wiped out.
don't count on me.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go to Como and walk around the lake. Because
that's a
what
good idea.
I know.
First, get something to eat. Though. It's my first thought when I get out of here. Food.
Oh, are we good? All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the August 29th, 2025 meeting of the Supervised Release Board to order. I want to extend my apologies to anyone here and to Mr. Greer. We were in meetings with victims upstairs, so we were a little delayed in terms of getting started here today. With that, I will call the roll. Board Member Christine Bray.
Here.
Board Member Joe Earhart.
Here.
Board Member Andrew Larson.
Here.
Board Member Cheryl Ramstad.
Here.
And Paul Schnell is here. Let the record reflect that juvenile expert and board member Don Struford is here, will not be voting in the first few cases. There will be a couple cases that include cases that will require the presence of Mr. Struford and board member Nelson, which will come later today. And with that, we'll call the first case, and that is Ronald Greer.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson. I'm the executive officer of the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Ronald Lewis Greer, who is present by live stream video at the Minnesota Department of Corrections facility in Moose Lake. As the commissioner already introduced everybody on the board who is present with us here today as well. Mr. Greer, our records indicate that on July 26th of 1998, Minneapolis police were called to a murder scene at 3024 Bloomington Avenue South. The victim, identified as Kareem Brown, was found lying in the street and was pronounced dead at the scene. Near Brown were several spent bullet casings. Police interviewed witnesses who were in the area during the offense and stated that they saw Ronald Lewis Greer and Kareem Brown together in the street where the murder occurred. Witnesses saw Greer shoot Brown and then saw Brown fall to the ground, where Greer continued shooting at him. Greer then fled the area, running into a nearby alley, where witnesses saw him put a handgun in a trash can. Police recovered the handgun and were able to prove it to be the weapon used through ballistic testing. Police investigation revealed that Greer and other Detroit boys had taken over an apartment in that area and were selling crack cocaine there. Renters of the apartment would be required by Greer and his associates to leave every evening so that the drug business could be conducted. Renters of the apartment stated that shortly after the murder, they returned to the apartment to find that Greer and the other Detroit boys had left with the TV still on and the door unlocked, which they claimed was unusual. Police learned that Greer and other Detroit boys had fled to Detroit and that Greer had killed Brown for supposedly taking some of the drug sale profits. Greer was later arrested in Detroit, Michigan on August 11, 1998. On May 13th of 1999, Ronald Lewis Greer was sentenced to life imprisonment by Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. Today's review by the board represents Mr. Greer's initial review after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration. Mr. Greer's minimum parole eligibility date will occur on August 9th of 2028. Thank you. I'll turn this matter over to the board.
Good morning, Mr. Greer.
I'm morning. 2:30 at the
Okay.
time when I'm needed.
Okay. Sounds good. I'd like to, first of all, just welcome here today. And I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
What I would like to see happen of today's meeting, first and foremost, thank you for the privilege. I do consider this hearing a privilege. But what I want to see happen out of this hearing today is for us to have an open discussion without you all or myself feeling really ridiculed, patronized, attacked, felt less of. For everybody within this meeting to be considerate of each other and also the people who may not be on the screen, per se, victim's family. And that through this hearing, I hope that you all can see the prison journey that I've been on, the transformation that I have gone through while I have been in prison. And also I am deeply apologetic for what I did, but I am extremely thankful for the relationships I've built throughout my time in prison. And when I say relationships, I mean with fellow prisoners, DOC staff, outside volunteers who come into the facilities to open their hearts and accept myself and so many others in. And clip the pause. Before I go on, I wanna apologize to Kareem, because this is what this hearing is about. It's not so much about my future, it's more about understanding what all has occurred in the past. And I want to apologize to Kareem for thinking that I had the right to have a gun pointed at him, pull a trigger, and take his life. I am deeply apologetic for that and extremely remorseful. I also understand that that crime didn't happen in a bottle or a vacuum, that Kareem wasn't the only person harmed. His family had to suffer much grief and loss because of my actions. No family member should have to go through that. I understand that empathy so much, that empathetic gesture so much from how I feel for them because of things that I've went through. And also understand that this harm doesn't just stop there. This harm goes on and on and on, and it affected that community. I feel like I took the safety away from people while they were in their homes, gunshots ringing out in the middle of the night. And I feel that when somebody is in their homes, that is their sanctuary. That is where they should feel safe. And I'm apologetic to them. I apologize to that community for causing that loss of safety, as well as first responders who had to happen upon this crime, not happen upon it, but arrive at this crime scene because of my actions. And even going forward, that crime, that secondary trauma continuously passed forward and forward, all the way to my attorneys, prosecutors, judges, who I feel that every time somebody opens up my docket or my file jacket, they read this and they see that this guy committed a murder. And I know the person I am to now is not reflective of that moment in my life. And even to people inside this facility who I talk to very often, and they look and they read my file and they say, I don't see that in you. People like my case manager and other COs who may have read it, you all, the board, and I commend you all for doing your job, because I feel like you all accept trauma week after week from reading so many files. And I want to say thank you all for doing the civil duty that is necessary. I really do appreciate it. But I guess what I want to see out of this hearing more than anything, I guess I just want to be seen. Yeah. I just want to be seen for the strong gentleman who I've grown into.
All right. So I respect that. In terms of the outcome, do you have a preferred outcome?
As in my request going forward?
Yes.
Yes, my request, which is very uncharacteristic, I'm sure, of any request that has ever been brought in front of you all, is that I was requesting to have governor issue house arrest, because I'm not certain the power lies completely within the board to allow that. And I was requesting that you all call upon the governor to allow me to forego a step down process and be able to re-enter society in around March of 2026 on an ankle bracelet inside my own home living dwelling.
Do you have a sense of the legal authority for that to happen?
I do not have a complete sense of the legal authority. I was asking for what I would like instead of what everybody was telling me to ask for.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I think as a point of clarification, the governor's executive authority is limited as it relates to issues of commutation and so forth, changing of sentences, because it's really a function of the pardon board, which consists of the governor, chief justice of the Supreme Court, and the attorney general. So it is a little limited in that sense. So we can come back to that as we go through this. In your letter to the board, I think you did a great job of describing some of the things that were most influential to you during your term of incarceration.
Thank you.
One of the things that you noted was, that doing programs for the sake of programs is not anything that you believe in, and for which there is also some evidence. And you write about the kind of the notion of risk, needs, and responsivity. And you talk about how interventions should be targeted against risk, needs, and responsivity, and you cite some of those. What do you believe your particular criminogenic risk factors and needs were at the time that you came in, and what's changed over time?
So I'm not certain what my criminogenic risk factors were when I first entered prison, because I didn't know what all programs would even be available. I knew that I wanted to further my education, whether that was through an institution or personally. That is what I knew I wanted to do. But I looking back on it now, I kind of feel that if as soon as I would have came into prison, I would have been early on, and this also didn't exist 26 years ago, restorative justice. Like, I feel if I could have gotten to that through the door, that would have made my risk needs a whole lot lesser. Because at first entering prison, I still had a level of aggression, right? Not really knowing where that aggression was actually directed. But so yes, I feel that early on addressing my education and how I communicate with people off of what they say to me, I feel would have been very helpful very early on in my incarceration.
So,
I can't recall the second part of that question.
no,
Could
no,
you-
that's fine. I think one of the things that when we talk about risk, needs, and responsivity, oftentimes, in particular when we look at criminogenic risk factors, there's a connection between what a person's needs were. So you're talking about you talked about education, but frequently it's also kind of what were the factors that led to the commission of the crime. And even as you wrote in your letter, you talked about things like antisocial attitudes and behaviors and some of those sorts of things. What was it for you? Was this a lot of antisocial, kind of pro-criminal thinking and attitudes that put you in the position where this crime occurred?
I think for me specifically, my main issue was greediness. And I was willing to do things for my own greediness, for more accumulation of money. So as dealing drugs, that was a greediness because I wanted money. I wanted fast and quick money. I was not adverse to work, and I have had several jobs, but when I would get those paychecks, I would feel disgusted almost. And I guess I was trying to keep up with people who had more things, more material things, and I wanted those same material things. And at that time, I looked at it as selling drugs would get me those material things. Now, leading up to my crime, I did some very manipulative and underhanded maneuvers to attempt to get more money out of individuals. And because of that action, that's what led directly to my crime. And from my crime being committed, it was because me and Kareem, we ended up in a dispute over money. And at that moment, I allowed my emotions to run rampant with impulsivity, and I reacted violently. And I feel that if one of my risk factors or two of my risk factors and is not having money to take care of self. Two is I respond very badly to people's aggression. Well, I used to respond very badly to people's aggression. So if somebody's used to speak aggressive to me or touch me aggressively, I would respond aggressively, but to a higher degree. And money wise, I just learned that most material things are not that important. And looking back on it, I never needed most of the material things I ever thought that I wanted. I just had big eyes and small pockets, and I just went for things that I thought would have made me happy. And recognizing now, looking back on it, that is not happiness at all. And another one of my risk factors was I communicated very badly because I grew up with a very bad stutter. So I wouldn't talk. Somebody make fun of me, I respond negatively. Because every time I would talk, I would stutter. And when I stutter, it was just to the point where I just decided I'm not going to talk anymore because the outcome is just somebody making fun of my stutter. And that came from students, some family members, and even teachers. With just looking back on it, that kind of amazed me that a teacher could not make fun of me, but rush me because of my stutter. Eventually, I got over my stutter. I don't know if I actually cured it myself or I just matured out of it. It still appears at times. And I just take a deep breath and think my words out before I use them. But it was that stutter, I think, early on in my developmental years to where I was not able to use all of the techniques of socializing with someone or communicate with them to say exactly how I feel about something. And that would cause me to react badly to people in scenarios. And obviously leading up to my crime, those things just keep multiplying. And eventually I exploded in a very negative manner. My bad for talking too much, Snell.
No, that's
Now
all
that
right.
I'm over my stutter, I tend not to shut up.
It's all right. So this, let me just ask this, I'm jumping around here a little bit, but, um, you talk here about money, and one of the things that was impressive in your file is that you've amassed, a pretty considerable, amount of savings and investment, over the term of your incarceration. How did you accomplish that?
Uh, First, I want to thank my mother because I watched her every weekend balance checkbooks out on the dining room table. And I would sit there and in my head, I would be like, just go in the backyard. But she wouldn't. She would sit there because she was the leader of our household. And I guess I didn't accept that early enough in my life that you're gonna have to be responsible, balance checkbooks. But eventually in prison, how I amounted most of that money is that I worked inside of prison industries in Stillwater and I made it up to $2 an hour. And at that point, we were getting 70 hours every 2 weeks, which amounted to about $140 minus aid to victims. That would be roughly around $133. And I would attempt to save 60 to 70% of my check, recognizing that I didn't need a whole lot from canteen to make it. So I systematically saved money,
Okay.
as I still
Record,
do.
okay. Records indicate that you still receive regular financial contributions and support from people on the outside. Is that part of how you also secured some
That
of the money?
that is some of it, but I have received money from some people, but it is nowhere close to the money I've saved. I read that inside, I believe it was inside my risk assessment, and I wasn't amazed at it because if you look at inmate accounts and money transactions, obviously some people have sent me money, but it has not been continuous, and I do not call and ask people for money. I am very, very grateful and thankful when they do send it, though. But I have never been dependent on someone sending me money. Actually, I've probably sent out more money and helped family members than I have sent money in.
All right. Thank you. So let's talk about the risk assessment. Can you talk a little bit about what your reaction was when you read the risk assessment?
Uh, so the risk assessment is long and kind of long. So I'm trying to think of what points could have that you could be speaking about. But overall, I was like, yeah, the risk assessment is. I mean, it was some miscues in there to where I feel they weren't 100% accurate, and I cannot recall them at all. And I did not bring the paperwork with me to go over it. But overall, I feel it was fairly on point. And my reaction to it was I was happy that it was written the way it was to not construe or misconstrue anything that I have said.
There was some, and I'm just going to cite some of the things that were named in there, but things like grandiosity, limited insight. What's your response to some of those observations?
So limited insight, I'm not certain what it was saying because insight is so internal that insight is so internal. I find it difficult for people to come to a conclusion on that mental state of someone. But I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, so when they come to that conclusion, I just expect their professionalism to be the leading voice of it. And if there is something about me that says I have limited insight, I wish it would have been more specific to it, but there wasn't an exact phrase of limited insight that was noted. It was like an overall thing. And for grandiosity, I was kind of ambivalent about it. At one point, I said, thank you for recognizing that I do have big dreams and that I do reach out and prepare to achieve these things. But also, grandiosity can sometimes have a negative connotation to it. And I felt that that was the grandiosity that was used in that sense. And once again, I'm not certain what the grandiosity was. I feel that it was more directed because I was requesting to be released from prison earlier than most people who go through this scenario. That I was, the grandiosity was somehow directed at, I believe that I can just purchase a house and move into it. So I'm not certain what the grandiosity was directed towards, but I felt it was directed toward those things.
Do you believe grandiosity is an issue for you?
I do not. I do not believe grandiosity is an issue because all of the things that I plan to do or I just attempt to dream about doing, I have a plan behind it to begin the process to achieve those things. I feel grandiosity is saying, I'm going to give a quick, just a quick example. I would like to go to the moon. Well, that's kind of grandiosity to me because if you don't have the means to actually make it to the moon, it's just a dream. So when someone tells me I have grandiose visions, I would like it if they ask me, tell me how you would achieve that. So I can explain it and why it's not grandiose and it is the beginning of a plan that I have that I am attempting to move forward.
Okay. One of the things that you talked about, I believe, with PRT folks, your team there, was just around the changes in your ability to manage conflict. Can you talk about what's changed in terms of your ability to manage conflict?
So, yes, thank you for this question. So previously in the past, I handled conflict bad. And I either immediately detracted away from it, I removed myself from conflict, or I dived headfirst into it, not in a healthy manner. Well, now that I have been able to use so many of the DLC programs available, such as restorative justice, CREST mentoring, peer recovery specialist training, anger management, the HOPE group, long-term offenders group, to where these, excuse me, to where these programs, we always discuss how we handle conflict and being able to take all these things from with all these programs. I see that all conflict, for me specifically, does not have to come to a bad solution, and that conflict can be handled with conversation. So now when I enter into conflict with anyone, my initial approach is always to do no harm. And I know that's sometimes impossible to do, but I try to hear both sides and I try to understand that at some point this conflict, and when I'm saying conflict, I mean things that are very small as well as very large encounters, such as, my crime, that, that's an irreversible conflict that I caused. But I'm also speaking about very small conflicts as someone bumping me in a hallway, or someone just picking up my bowl inside the kitchenette in the unit. I don't have to automatically heighten the level of interaction. And now I know that if I just approach the person calmly and ask them a question, or ask myself a question, because I am possible of still being the cause of conflict. So what has changed in me is that I now know how to utilize social skills and communicate, and using all of the tools inside of my tool chest and in my tool belt to interact with people. I now know that conflict will never be another issue for me.
So you listed a number of programs that you were involved in, and I just you talk about this and have you kind of highlight some of the things that you felt were most influential, because one of the things that you talked about was, like you felt it's important that programming should be aligned with your needs, and that doing blanket programming, checking the box kind of stuff is really a somewhat worthless endeavor, my words. But so can you talk about what programs have been most influential and why, and how that relates to change in terms of, your risk factors for being involved in criminal activity.
I'm taking a moment to go over everything you said. So first I want to, and I think you are speaking about the On My Personal Programming essay that is.
I'm just talking, about the
Okay.
programming that you've been involved in and, some of the description of things that you talked about relative to risk needs responsivity and some of those sorts of things.
So I want to speak first to On My Personal Programming, which is an essay that I placed inside my base file. I wrote that, I want to say in 2017, several years ago. And since that time, I have gone through transformations. And one of the reasons that I feel that I have gone through these transformations is those programs that I had already done, and I thought that I really didn't gain as much out of that I believed I had at the time. As time went on, I recognized that I gained a whole lot more, which is also a large part of my transformation. And for me, since I had the privilege of being an editor for the prison newspaper in Stillwater, the Prison Mirror, I was able to encounter other graduates of these same programs that I had attended. And I guess from hearing their stories and their testimonies of what they got out of those programs, it made it possible for me to reflect that I also received those same things. I didn't recognize it at the time, because at the moment I was in those programs that I felt as if I was chasing a certificate. And I don't like feeling like I'm chasing a certificate, right? I want to take a program because I feel it will be very beneficial to me before I go into it. So some of these programs, and I don't want to add educational things because that's a total different avenue. Or I want to keep it separate because I don't want to have to name off so many at this moment. But so building character, restorative justice, long-term offenders group, the Hope group, anger management, peer recovery specialist training, and CREST mentorship. All of these things were able to help me recognize how to deal with conflict, help my transformation, and they have helped me change because I am no longer so self-centered on myself. I look at all of the parties involved, and I understand that all stakeholders should have an even say, and that being able to understand that I'm not the only person in the room, it helped my transformation to be a more caring and strong individual. And that transformation, it certainly is ongoing. I feel that there's always another level or plateau for me to reach in how I interact with people. And once again, I'm talking a lot, and I feel like I missed two subjects of your question.
No, I think what programs were most beneficial?
Thank you. Okay. For me personally, there are three programs that I have been in that are extremely, extremely beneficial to me. One of those was the Hope Group, helping other people evolve. Another one was peer recovery specialist training, because that just gave me so many tools. I changed my daily conversation to it. And also the Minnesota Prison Writers Workshop, which has helped me be able to look at every facet of life, whether it is fictional or non-fictional, whether it is poetry. I am able to read a story and feel like I have walked the journey with a character in that story. And as well as the instructors who so peer recovery specialist training, we have two or three instructors who come in and help us. And the Hope Group and things like long-term offenders group, there is a couple staff members that come in and help, and we are familiar with these staff members. Well, Minnesota Prison Writers Workshop brings in community college professors who come in and expect us to have the highest of character. They expect our attitudes to be well. They expect us to be extremely well spoken. and they expect us to participate in groups. And although that is what is important, and I have gotten a lot from those individuals specifically, but I feel it is more when the instructors request of us to write something, and through that writing, I personally am able to find more in self. So if I had to pick a program that was the most transformational in my life and that I believe saved my life, it will most definitely be Minnesota Prison Writers Workshop.
Thanks for that. You talked about a little bit about just, some of the things that these programs really helped you gain some insights and awareness of yourself, and helped you think through some of these factors. And I want to go back to that risk assessment, and I'll read just a little section here that was written, and you've talked a little bit about this, but that there was elements of the assessment that noted the presence of maladaptive personality traits. Those traits were related to issues around grandiosity, self-importance, self-image, manipulative or deceitful interpersonal behaviors, and a lack of emotional awareness, resulting in intermittent episodes of poorly regulated emotions. Again, this is just assessment data that comes out of this. Can you help me, first of all, do you agree with that assessment summary, at least that
No, I
element?
do not agree with that assessment.
Okay, so talk to us about, like, where do you think that would come from?
So sometimes when people ask me questions, and if I don't know how to give the proper solution to something, I try not to engage too much of my energy into it, right? And that list of things that you just ran off of character, that part of my assessment, I said, wow, right? But from me looking at myself, I don't see those things about myself. When I look at me, I see a very, very good person, who today I see a very, very good person. Now, when somebody else views me, I'm not certain what they see in me, and I guess I'm not set out to sway them to see me how they want to see me. But there were some of the phrases in there that were used that sometimes I feel that, and I don't believe I'm cocky. I know that I am confident. Sometimes maybe a little overconfident, right? But that confident of self is not because I feel that I am a higher level or something or superior. I am just confident in what I know. I am also confident in the things I don't know, and I am able to say, I do not know that, so I will not engage in it until I get more information about it.
So
I'm
that's
not.
it.
Yep, I'm listening.
That's a real, you just raised, this is going to be my last thing, and I'll open it up to the board members here to ask whatever questions they have. But, you talk about that sense of, you know what you know, and you also acknowledge what you don't. If you were to do your own assessment of yourself, and we're all roughly two sides of a coin. One that we have that's really strong and it's out there and people see, and the other side of the coin can be elements of challenge, and we all have them. What's the other side of the coin for you? What are the challenges for Ronald Greer?
Thank you, Paul Snell. I have done multiple self-assessments on myself. Excuse me. And the one thing I always come back to, and that I know this very, very well, I am entirely too prideful. I believe that I can accomplish things on my own. And I have a problem asking for help And I also have a problem accepting help from people when I do not ask for it. So although I am able to identify when I need help with something, and I have gone through multiple scenarios in my head before I say, hey, I need some help with this. And I also recognize that when people offer me help, I really need to just accept it sometime. And it's not that I'm being standoffish. Once again, I understand my abilities. And I know that I need to be able to ask for help when I know it. Now, one of those things is that sometimes I feel like I may be asking too much of people. And I don't want to just always, hey, help me. That, that feels needy. And once again, that goes back to that I'm very prideful and I'm confident in self, that I have a problem asking for help because my pride makes me say that, no, you can do that yourself. And that is a lie that I know I'm telling myself, because no one can do it on their own. Everything is a team effort.
Okay. All right. With that, I'll open it up to other members of the board to ask whatever questions you'd like of Mr. Greer.
Thank
I'd like to start, Mr. Greer, and I'm following up on the commissioner's read of that psychological, where it mentions grandiosity, limited insight, etc. And you said you disagreed with that, which is your right to do. In your letter to us, you did acknowledge arrogance as a barrier, but you were willing to navigate it. What do you mean by arrogance, and what do you mean by willing to navigate it?
First off, I do not recall arrogance in my letter anywhere. I would request that if you could point that out to me and read it to me, so I am not confused.
I will look for that, but
Thank you.
are you saying I don't think I wrote that, so I don't know how to answer your question?
I would say yes, because I know I did not. I do not believe I used the word arrogance in my own writing.
Okay, and that's fine. I trust that you're correct and I'm not. The other thing I did want to say about risk, needs, and responsivity, because I studied that for a long time, and it goes way back to Canada and way before Ed Latessa. And it isn't just, and you said this yourself, you said you recognize you're part of a team, and you have to be a team player. So it's not about how just you as the incarcerated person identify your risk, your needs, and your responsivity. For example, what programs I think are going to work for me and what aren't. I think it's a collective. What
Yes.
you think about yourself, and also what the staff and the psychologists and the people who have talked to you and have worked with you think about your risk, needs, and responsivity. And I think you're missing that actually in your analysis of risk, needs, responsivity.
Thank you. Could you? Well, I don't want to drown this out into a psychological evaluation, but like in a sentence, could you say like what point I am missing on that?
Well, I think the psychological is one good example. If you go back and read it and you see what the assessments came up with based on what you said to the psychologist, I think you'll see what I'm talking about. And if you go back and read the program review team's remarks, I think you'll also see, they see something different in you, I think, than what you see in yourself, according to my read. And my thought was, wouldn't it be helpful if you could acknowledge you really can learn from other people?
Yes, and thank you for that. And I do acknowledge and I also recognize part of my transformation is taking what other people say to me and working at it. But I also know that I can't flip a switch and just say I'm automatically going to be better because you told me this about myself. I feel it is a work in progress. So the things that people have written about me, I have gone to other people and asked them, do they see this in me? And obviously some people were my friends, so they would say no. And I just said, thank you for seeing the best in me. But some people did say, yeah, sometimes you can be arrogant. Yep. And sometimes you think you can do everything. And yeah, you're overconfident. And I appreciated their answers for that because of all things, I don't like when people sugarcoat something to me about me. I would rather it be blunt and raw so I can start to work to address it. So
Yeah,
yes, I
thank
do
you.
acknowledge what everyone has said, and I am in the processes of making myself better at those things.
And I appreciate that. I don't think it's about flipping the switch. I think it's about considering other kinds of programming, like cognitive behavioral training, things like that. But that's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Greer, continuing with that line of questioning, I'd like to focus on the program review team report of July 17th, 25 for a moment. And the program review team recognized your commitment and desire to learn. But it says, however, his learning endeavors have appeared to limit his attention to internal processes. It is unknown the extent of insight and accountability Greer has related to his history of defiance, criminal conduct, and victimization. And then it continues, there have been significant barriers to communication and deficiency in identifying risks and/or needs for change. That's what the review team said, apart
Yes.
from what the psychological report said. Would you
Yes.
care to address those observations that the review team made, that you're focused on education, which they commend, your writer's workshop, your prison mirror work, but they say that that's diverted your attention from looking at yourself and changing the behavior, changing the thinking that leads to victimization, criminal conduct, and defiance.
Thank you. So this is the first I was able to hear about what they wrote in the PRT. So thank you for sharing that with me. That day, and I am not making an excuse or justification, and it should not be because I was not aware the meeting was happening that day, but I feel that I was not completely mentally prepared. But like I say, that is not an excuse. I should always be mentally prepared. Every moment of my life should, as I say, I enter all situations with the do not harm approach. So for that risk assessment to come out and for those to come out how they did, I feel sad that that's how they view me. That shows that there is something that needs to be worked on for me. And hopefully I would like to read that complete assessment, because without knowing it, then it's no way for me to address it if it's held in confidence away from my eyes. That's why I say thank you for sharing it for me. So the victimization part, I'm not certain about, because I know.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The victimization part, I do not agree with, because I know that I give much attention to victims, and I understand that I know I do not want any further harm to be applied to them. So, and when I hear victimization, maybe I am confusing it with victim impact. I don't know. I'm just using the word victim and understanding that my approach to helping myself and others, that there is never a time that I do not give the victims the full weight of attention that they need to make sure that I am not causing any further harm. So out of everything you said, the victimization part is the one that does bother me.
Well, I would consider the lack of insight and accountability to be bothersome if I were in your shoes. And that's what concerns, may I finish, please?
Yes.
That's what concerns me as a parole board member. We have to be addressing how you take responsibility and have done the work to change your internal mechanisms. And this report, and you've admitted that a lot of the courses weren't of interest to you, but you liked the education piece, you liked the writing. And they're saying that that diverted your attention from gaining that insight and accountability. And that's a concern to me.
So that, I thank you for your concern, because that is equally a concern to me, that is how I am viewed. Because I feel that I do take accountability for all of my actions. The bad ones, my crime, I take complete accountability for that. I understand that my role in that, or the complete action of myself, was completely wrong. And it's no way for me to really rectify it, but I am 100% accountable for the harm I've caused. And also responsibility wise, that one also kind of, shocked me, because I feel myself to be a highly, highly responsible person. And I don't know if that is responsible for my own internal feelings or what I do outwardly. And like I say, this is the first I've heard of this report. So I'm trying to decipher it right now as we speak. But obviously hearing it, I understand that there are more things to work on. And I know somebody mentioned cognitive behavioral therapy. And when I was a mental health mentor here in Moose Lake, every week I sat and I talked to a therapist for an hour to an hour and a half a week, because I was in care of I was caring for other individuals. And a lot of times, I know that he called it supervision, but we rarely ever spoke about the other men in the program. Our meetings were focused primarily on my actions, how I deal with the people who were under my care, and if I was suffering burnout and doing harm to people. And I guess there may not be any reports about that, but those did occur within this facility, and it happened for over a year, for once a week.
Thank you, Mr. Greer.
Can I, just to follow up, a really quick question? Do you get the Lifer board book that we get? Because that's got the program review team report in it. And it's got
Yes.
this, oh, okay, so you have it, you didn't read it.
No, I most definitely read it multiple times.
You would have read what the program review team said about you that.
Oh, excuse me, my bad. I got my Lifer book, but that report was not included inside the book. My bad, I didn't understand completely what you were saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Greer, I have a question about your offense and what was going on with you at the time. You describe yourself as being, I think you said, prideful and confident, and yet when you murdered this victim, it sounds like your motive was that this victim shoved you and then you shot him multiple times. That doesn't seem to be consistent with someone who is self-confident and able to handle situations. It doesn't sound like what you're describing yourself to be now. Could you talk about that and what was going on then and how different you are now, or whether you are different?
Yes, most definitely. And the difference now is that now I feel I am more self-confident and I believe more self. Then I was not self-confident. I was in a lifestyle that was way above my mentality, or way below my mentality, depending on the viewpoint. But at that time, I guess I was, I don't, I guess I was intimidated and kind of fearful of what this person could have done to me at that moment. And to prevent that from happening, I reacted violently.
Could
But
you describe why you were so fearful?
I was fearful. I'm trying to figure out a way to word this to where I hold Kareem in a good light. I was fearful because I understood his capabilities were powerful than mine. And I reacted out of the fear of he would have been capable to physically take full advantage of me.
What changes have you made that will make you better able to handle situations when you encounter people, either while you're incarcerated or at other times, who intimidate you?
I know now to speak with the person. I know now to actually use my words instead of, and I want to rewind. That was a lifetime ago, 27 years, right? And at that time, I just didn't have the communication skills to resolve in a healthy conclusion. I just did not. I did not have those capabilities in me at that time. And I was in this drug selling lifestyle that exuded violence. And I understood that fear just being in there and that fear of being confronted with somebody who had the ability to overpower me caused so much fear and panic in me that I responded badly. Now, today, as you say, what has changed? I have gone through so many interactions with just, I mean, when I say interactions, I don't mean conflict. I mean healthy interactions through these groups that have been available to me, and through the outside volunteers who come in and speak to me, through the mental health therapists at Stillwater and here at Moose Lake, that now I know how to resolve these conflicts without ever allowing that conflict to raise to a heightened moment.
One more question. It sounds like, from what I've heard from you, what I've read, that you're quite ambitious. And also it sounds like you believed at the time that you were quite successful in a business, drug dealing, that it was lucrative, and that you considered yourself at that time to be successful in thinking up ways to make a lot of money, which is part of what led to this murder, from what I have read. And I'm wondering, how will you keep from returning to a criminal lifestyle with peers who are involved in drug dealing and sometimes finding ways to make fast, easy money? How are you going to avoid that?
I can avoid that easily. I want to first, the whole criminal element, you say, I am proud and so happy that I do not have any criminal thoughts. Like, and it takes a while in prison, you know, especially for someone like myself who came in at 20 years old and, you know, came in with a certain level of anger and defiance, that at a point I was still thinking that, yeah, maybe I can get away. If I get out soon, I could sell drugs and then stop. That was ignorant. Now I look back and I can't even recall the last time I had a criminal thought. And now I attribute a lot of it to my education. I attribute it a lot to the staff members within the DOC that has reached out to help me. Paul Schnell himself has helped cultivate me personally. And now I know that I can live humbly off of simply working a job. And there is no large amount of money that I'm chasing. I don't believe I need material things for happiness. I don't even believe material things can bring someone happiness at this point.
One more quick question. In 2022, you tested positive for K2
Yes.
for having used it. Should we or the public be concerned about that?
Not at all. And I am still trying to figure out how that test came positive for K2. And no one has ever given me an answer. I do appreciate that the member of OSI at the time, he sat down, he spoke to me, and I told him, if you put K2 in front of me, I wouldn't even know what it is. I didn't even know what it was when he told me I had a positive when I had a positive piss test for it. And I was like, dude, I don't even know what this is. So I don't know how I was found to have it in my system. I was held in restrictive seg for 6 days. And while I was back there, I told him that I really hope that you can come to a conclusion to figure out how this stuff entered my system, because at this point, I feel that someone may have put it in my system. And I submitted to him everything I had done for the last 7 days in a very extensive list of things, and everything I ate, everything my body ingested. I had the time in segregation to write it out. And I am extremely thankful to him for understanding that. I feel he believed that I did not put that in my system. So no, you have zero concern of me putting whatever K2 is in my system, or any other chemicals that I don't trust.
How important is it to you that people think that you're self-confident and that you can do pretty much anything you set your mind to? Is it important to you what other people think?
It is important to me that people believe me for what I believe I can do reasonably. So I understand that people have their own thoughts. I cannot control a person's thoughts, right? It is important what they think, but I want them to think about me from what I tell them I set out for. Now, if somebody just walks past me and they have a thought in their head, I cannot give the energy to them to understand what they are thinking about me from just a side glance from my eye. That is
Is there anything else that you think you need to work on in order to make yourself more adaptable, better able to adjust in society? Anything about yourself that?
Yes. When I talk to very, very opinionated people, and I feel that no matter what I say to them, their viewpoints will not be changed. They will always have this strict view of the world. I am acceptive of that. I'm fine. I am fine with that. But I have to understand that I can still communicate and relate to these people on a very humanly level, and not just remove myself from them altogether because I do not agree with their thinking, not their actions. Because if they are engaged in other actions, I'm going anyway. I'm not placing myself in danger at the whims of somebody else who is involving themselves in any type of activity that I believe dangerous. But what they think, yes, I do care about what people think specifically towards what I have said to them.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Greer, just as it relates to the offense and your description of it,
Yes.
one of the things that struck me a little bit was the fact that at the time, at least in the way it was described, you were aware of the presence of the gun and you removed it and took possession of it in part as with the goal of trying to avoid it being used violently. Is that accurate?
Yes.
It's striking that that's the description today, and yet that it ended up being
Violent.
the tool you used to commit this crime. One other little question I have for you was, and this probably, I think, may have come from from that report that you referenced I thought this was from 2021 maybe, but in talking about things. And you wrote, I do not plan or choose to jump in every program available to me, though I am grateful that they exist, and I'm doubly proud of the men that attend them and what they gain from them. The programs that are not education-based that I have attended were done to impress the PRT. And I am ashamed that I did so because it means that I was being phony and not myself. After the programs were finished, I recognized I enjoyed the time spent there, but was also cognizant that everything presented in the program I was already aware of. What does that sound like to you?
That sounds like me thinking I know a bunch of stuff when I do not. Now, once again, I wrote that in 2017 or 18, I believe. And since that time, I have learned a lot about myself, the people around me, the programs I have participated in. But reading that line, and that line is also inside my lifer book, that essay. And I remember reading it, and I was like, what a pompous a-hole, right? But once again, it was written so long ago that I have gone through, a whole nother section of a journey in my life, to where I can look back and say that I have really, really, really benefited from those interactions in those groups. And at the time, I did feel like I was being phony because I didn't enter the groups because I seen a posting on the wall. I didn't enter the groups to actually gain more out of it. I entered them because my case manager was saying, you need to go take this group. And then I felt like, well, now you're forcing me instead of taking away my free will to do it. And that's the phony aspect of that, what I speak of in there. And just now looking back on it, I think I definitely needed a nudge to say, hey, you should take this group, especially long-term offenders group, because and anger management, they almost had to, push me into those. And when I said that those things I were already aware of, I'm saying I was aware of them. It's not that I completely knew about it, but I am aware that these healthy methods exist, or back then existed. It's just I wasn't practicing them. Now I practice them. I live them.
So just building on that, and this is more current, I believe. This is actually as part of your plan that was submitted and what you're requesting. You talk about the fact that, therefore, you cite kind of some background and what you're requesting and so forth. I'm compelled to request the path of most resistance, but the one that will provide me with the earliest release and reintegration. Can you describe that? What's the path of most resistance? That you're asking for something unusual?
One, I'm asking for something that has never, ever been, not to my understanding, has been done before. But also, I recognize that, let's say that this was granted, and somehow I walk back into society next year in 2026. I understand there will be very, very strict requirements applied to me and required of me to do. And I don't see that as the resistance. I guess the resistance I was thinking about is that this decision would be hard for anyone to make because it has never been done. It is saying I'm asking the board to say that we see you today and we believe that you are ready to reintegrate and that we will apply something that has never been applied before. And that is the resistance that I speak of inside that exact phrase.
Okay. And then you say, if I did not request an early release, I would be doing all of those who support me and myself a disservice. Furthermore, I am not requesting parole as would not allow until 2028. I'm requesting to be placed on house arrest. So what makes you feel that you could walk out of Moose Lake Prison and go into a house arrest in March or whenever that timeline was that you had, and that we should feel comfortable and confident that that decision reflects the best interest of Minnesota or wherever you live? What is it that we should hold on to say this, even if we could, this is the right decision for Minnesota, and Ronald Greer deserves this based on his work, on the work he's done? Give us the words.
Yep. So one, I don't want to actually use deserve. Deserve it sounds entitled and very entitling to me, and I don't feel I am entitled to it. It is a request that I am making because I recognize inside me all of the abilities I have to help the community around me, individuals around me, groups around me, and that I will be able to participate in society, inside a job, inside groups, inside social networks outside of prison, and that what I have to offer will be very contributive to these groups of people who I interact with. Especially we call them the creative class. That would help my soul. And with my soul being replenished, I will be able to help people inside the recovery community, other people who are exiting prison and may have some concerns about themselves walking back in society and not being able to handle it. So I guess what I'm saying is that I feel that I know that I am a good person, and I'm a good person through and through at this person who sits in front of you, this man who's been on this journey and this transformation, and that I will help those around me much more than I will even cause an inkling of harm. And as I say, I'm a good person through and through, and that I know I have a support system around me that will make certain that I am in the right scenarios and that will be there for me no matter what I'm going through, to hold me up in the air or pull me up from the ground, no matter what my scenario encounters. That is something that I will walk out into society with and help people with. And when I go through this in my mind, I always tell myself the one very important thing that is something that I always hear, that when somebody tells you who they are, believe them. And I'm telling you, I'm a good man who is ready to go out and help the society and the community around me.
So let me just be really crystal clear that I don't think the board's role and responsibility is to determine good or bad people. And I fully agree that, that's, you can be a good person and not be ready to be out in light of having a life sentence crime. Last question, and I promise from me, what's the difference between you talk about early release and like not requesting it or pursuing that would be a disservice, including to yourself. What's the difference between a disservice and what's deserved?
So deserved, like I said, that sounds like somebody is entitled to get something. And I never want to enter any scenario where I feel I am entitled to something. So deserved, and definitely in some aspects, if you put the work in, then I can say that that person is deserving. And I don't want to use sports analogies, but if somebody puts all the work in to be the best in a sport that they may play, then if they win a championship, I will say that person is deserving of that championship. Or I will use my own approach to things, and that I put the work in to be a much better writer. So at some point I deserve to be recognized for my writing. So deserve, I feel, is what other people look at you and say you can get, right? It's not something that you say you should get. I feel that it is others who say, we think you deserve this because of the efforts and all of the good deeds and actions that you have done and all those around you who you have helped. A disservice to me, and I say to, and if I said to myself in there, I'm just saying that I feel that I am prepared to go out. Now, I am not completely ready to get out. I am setting the preparations in place to get out. So if I said I'm ready, that would be a typo on my behalf. But it would be a disservice to all the people who have dedicated so much time to helping me become the person who they can rely on and be dependable. Now, they may not be completely understanding of the law. And usually I tell people that my parole is in August of 2028. I cannot be released into the society till then. But I can ask to be released early. And if that is just the most simplest thing I can do to say to people that I did my best, all of the volunteers, all of the NPWW supporters who I'm certain is somewhere in that building supporting me and just would love to be able to show you their support for me.
They're here. They're here.
They're,
They're here.
I love those people. I love those people. But yes, if I did not try my best to get out of prison and come out and try and help everybody that has helped me, I'd be doing a disservice to them.
All right. Thank you. Anything else board members have?
Just a quick comment, Mr. Greer. You really don't need to tell anybody anything good about yourself. Just show them, and you'll never need to say a word. You'll never need to tell them you're a good person.
The only reason I said I'm a good person is because I'm not able to show y'all.
Well, time. Things take time. So just keep doing good things.
All right.
I
Oh, go ahead.
apologize, Commissioner. I just wanted to
No,
pose
go
one
ahead.
question. Mr. Greer, I'm just kind of curious, and I don't want to beat a dead horse with all of this, but I'm wondering if you see the connection, or if you see any connection at all between some of the grandiose thinking and kind of planning and that sort of stuff with, you know, what could potentially be viewed as, I'm going to say, kind of antisocial thinking, but more thinking that is outside the norm of kind of traditional thought processes. Do you see a connection there?
I see the connection in myself because I'm always thinking outside the box. I see the box, I look at what's in the box, and I say, okay, what else can be done differently? What else could be done differently to help restore what is within me, to help restore the harm that I have caused into a community? What else could be done differently to show that rehabilitation truly does work, and the people that have put the work in to show that they have been rehabilitated, what else could be done to give them, I don't want to say they're just due, but to show that individual that the board sees them, or me specifically, because I am speaking about me, that we see everything that you have done and we want to attempt to reward you for it. Now, the grandiose thinking about a house, that's not even grandiose because I mean, most people live in houses. So to me, that's like what we all should be striving for, to be a homeowner, to be a community member, to that the home that the house you own in a community, that you contribute to it, but also contribute to the safety of that community. So I understand that people think my grandiose thinking of my purchasing a house is grandiose, but I mean, to that I say, I believe all of you all have owned a mortgage, and at some point I will also own a mortgage. And I just want that opportunity to do it as soon as possible.
All right, Mr. Greer, before the board begins discussion and deliberations about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you to make any final comment.
My final comment would just be, is that I know I have a lot of people outside on the streets waiting for me to come home. They don't understand that more than likely I will have to be here. And I really just want to say thank you to y'all and all the supporters who have always been there for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, I'll close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open the floor to the board for discussion and next steps.
Commissioner, did he get the program review team narrative?
I don't, it should have been made available. I don't know when it got finally prepared and in the book.
Commissioner, are you ready for a motion?
Yeah, whatever, wherever people are at.
I move that we deny parole, continue the matter for 3 years, and that during that 3-year period, Mr. Greer be required to continue preparing reentry plans in detail, maintain employment, expand on a social network to clarify partnerships within the community, engage in programming geared toward positive interpersonal relationship skill building, and programming in cognitive skills, criminal thinking, and effective communication, and that he remain discipline free.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion of the motion.
Just a comment, depending upon what programs are available at his current facility. I do remember that the program review team mentioned that he would have more opportunities for the types of programs if he were to transfer to another facility such as Lino Lakes, or one that offers a bigger variety of programming.
I think, one of the things we could put on in a table here as well is just that, if this is the thing where the team could look at talking with Mr. Greer about what interest there may be in terms of programming, vocational or otherwise. And also just a additional transition, I believe, could be worthwhile, whether it's Faribault or Lino or whatever that would look at. So we could, include that as one of the possibilities to be explored between Mr. Greer and his program review team, and making sure that he can get to where the programs are that he thinks would be most beneficial.
I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Okay. Any other comments? Andrew, were you going to weigh in on something?
No, I was just going to, say I really encourage some deep reflection, because one of the things I was really struck by, there are a lot of conflicting statements from Mr. Greer throughout the process. So I really would encourage him to kind of dig deep with some, even, the participation in programming and how he didn't need it, but then all of the things that he got out of it. So really just encouraging a lot of that. So it was just more a comment than anything else.
Yeah, one of the things, there is no doubt that Mr. Greer incredibly bright. And I think to his comment earlier, I think he deserves to be called out as a really good writer and has, done a lot of work in that space. I think some of that insight, some of, there's a challenge, some of the challenges even around humility, I think, I think, these are personality things. It's not necessarily indicators of it's certainly not an indicator of being a bad person. But I think, that sense of, I appreciate that desire to help that he talked about and recognizing that he has the ability to do that. And I don't have any doubt about that, but I think sometimes the best way and place for that to come from is through a sense of your own humility of change and the work that needs to be done. So I would agree. So
And I think he showed a tiny bit of it at the end
Yeah,
when he
I
got
agree.
tearful. I thought, well, wow, now that's the person that people love.
right,
And
yeah.
we want him to be successful, and in order to fit into society and be successful, I think being humble might benefit him greatly. And show people, and he won't need to say anything about himself. That sounds like he's a little too boastful.
All right, we have a motion and a second and some comments, so hopefully that may be illustrative or helpful to Mr. Greer. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. The vote is unanimous. Mr. Greer, again, I hope you hear in this that there is a recognition of what you have to offer and some of the work. I think some of the consistency things that Mr. Larson pointed out or noted are things that might be worthy of some thought and introspection and work. We will send you a letter that will lay out kind of the conditions or things that we would like you to work on, and most of those are pretty standard elements. But we wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you. What, could I get was there a clarification on the decision?
Yeah, so there is a 3-year continuance, so we would be seeing next in August ish of 28. And in the meantime, during that continuance, we'd like you to continue to work on your reentry plan, employment, developing partnerships on the inside, outside, that would be useful and helpful as you ultimately transition. Some work on interpersonal relationships, and that might be developed through a variety of things, including continued restorative justice or cognitive skills programming was specifically mentioned, and that you remain discipline-free. That we would also add into there is that we would ask for your program review team to meet with you at some point in time to discuss programs that may be of interest to you or serve some benefit as we go forward, and consider a possible transfer to another facility somewhere along the way. That's the summary.
I was asking of the clarification because obviously my request is definitely denied. Will there be a step down implemented?
No, you would remain at medium.
Okay, yep,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Our next hearing is at Moose Lake as well.
All right, so we'll,
Can we take a
Mr.
break?
Henderson,
yeah,
please.
go ahead.
Do we have time?
Y'all know about the same.
After the break?
Y'all don't have better people. Y'all dominated them for years of his life.
Was he talking about?
Us.
That's what I thought.
I
Maybe
don't
that
think he
couple.
liked that we gave him input instead of who does.
Yeah. I just couldn't tell. It was correcting his.
I believe it was us.
Yeah.
And I really think it would benefit him, you know, even going into an employer with this attitude. He won't succeed.
Yeah.
He just won't. If I were his counselor, I would tell him. Mhm. Well, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Keith Henderson, who is present by live stream video at the Minnesota Department of Corrections facility in Moose Lake. Mr. Henderson also has his advocate and daughter, Miss Ashley Nickens, participating today. Thank you for coming. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Cheryl Ramstead, Chris Bray, Joe Earhart, and also Andrew Larson, who is on the screen as well. Our records indicate that on or about August 7th of 1998, Keith Henderson intentionally aiding, advising, and conspiring with other individuals and using a firearm caused the death of Juwan Gatlin with premeditation and with the intent to effect the death. Further description of this offense will not be shared as the complaint and the indictment in this case has been sealed per a court order. On April 22nd of 1999, Keith Henderson was sentenced to life imprisonment by Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. Mr. Henderson also has a consecutive sentence yet to serve for the offense of a crime committed for the benefit of a gang, and he was sentenced to 5 years, in which he will serve a minimum of 40 months imprisonment. Today's review by the board represents Mr. Henderson's initial review after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration. Mr. Henderson's minimum parole eligibility date will occur on August 16th of 2028. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Henderson. How are you today?
I'm okay. Just nervous.
Sure. Well, it's a discussion here, and so I appreciate that. But I'd like to just start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, first, I would like to acknowledge the immeasurable harm that I have caused to Mr. Juwan Gatlin and the Gatlin family. My family in the community on August 7th, 1998, I lured Mr. Juwan Gatlin into an alley on the north side of Minneapolis and took a handgun from my waistband and chose to shoot Mr. Gatlin and murder him. As I went on the lam and the investigation ensued, I was apprehended maybe a week later and was questioned by Minneapolis police. During the investigation, I lied to police, to investigators about any involvement in the murder of Juwan Gatlin, and I obfuscated and denied any connection or being in the Mickey Culver Street gang. On April 22nd, 1999, while in the Hennepin County courtroom being sentenced, I continuously lied, and I continued to obfuscate and deny that I had anything to do with Juwan's murder and that I was a member of the Mickey Culver Street Gang. By doing that, I continue to victimize and traumatize the Gatlin family. And I continuously denied and said that I was innocent when in fact I am the person that murdered Juwan. What I did was cowardice. What I did was cruel and heartless and shameful. And I should have taken responsibility in that courtroom when I had a chance to do so, because Juwan was a human being. And his family should have been treated with dignity. They deserve the truth. Because as I said, Juwan was a human being who's not going to be able to enjoy those sacred moments with his family anymore. Birthdays, be able to be hugged, see his children or be around his wife. Juwan was a member of the community. He was also a friend. I want to say that I'm sorry to the Gatlin family, to Juwan's wife, to his children, to the community, as well as my family and my children. Growing up in Chicago, Illinois, I lived in an unstable home. Mother dealing with traumas of her own past. Absent a father. The environment was unstable, tattered with gangs, pimps, petty hustlers. And these are the people at an early age I looked up to. And having a learning disorder, being illiterate, being young and impressionable, I became a follower at that early age, and did things like commit crimes, petty crimes like theft, vandalism, when I shouldn't have been doing things like that. I was sexually assaulted at an early age by a friend of mine's father. And to some degree, don't believe that that people didn't believe that this happened to me. So I that really propagated more bad behavior, not trusting people, not wanting to be judged, not having asked no one for help, not being able to understand what it was that happened to me, not being able to understand that my needs were not being met as a child. And that propagated into me not having low self-esteem, me having no confidence, and having confidence in no one to help me. And distributing antisocial behaviors that only was reinforced when I did decide to join the gang. I continued to commit crimes. Couldn't see people outside of the gang because I was fed this world belief that they were not like us. So I continue to make the choice to be a part of the Mickey Cobra street gang when I was in my teens. And after coming to prison, I again I had this antisocial behavior that I distributed coming into prison due to the fact that I do understand that I did have an understanding that I would be in prison for the rest of my life, that no one would understand me or have any idea of what it was that I was going through. But I made the decision to ask for help when I saw myself falling apart after breaking the rules, putting myself in danger, putting other inmates in danger, and putting officers in danger. I continued to maintain a job. However, infractions were a part of me being locked up or in prison. And later on down the line, with the help of programs, I corrected that. With the help of my kids, I corrected that. And along the way, I had lost one of my kids to that same behavior that I distributed while I was on the street. And his name was Derek Martin, who was murdered in Calhoun Lake in 2010. And this is in no way, shape, or form to minimize why we're here today. This is just a sharing of information to let people know that I do understand what the Gatlin family went through. In that pivotal moment, and me having to express myself to my own kids about what someone had did to their brother was heart-wrenching. A day I'll never forget, hearing my daughter while she didn't know him fully, cry and not have an understanding of what her brother did wrong to someone, and me not being able to just be there for them and having to tell them something like this over the phone because me and their mothers wasn't getting along for them to be able to come and see me. So over time, as I made my way into these groups, I've took various groups to help me deal with grief and loss, help me deal with what it was that I had did to Mr. Gatlin, help me deal with the behaviors that I distributed before coming to prison and while I was in prison. I have continued to try and maintain a constant good behavior, show constant good character, be able to demonstrate integrity in its highest form, because character is important. I know what character means now. I do understand the causative factors and the effect of what I have done to Mr. Juwan Gatlin. And I take full responsibility for that. And I know that the story that I have can hopefully stop other people from making those bad decisions that I once made. And being a mentor, being a tutor, trying to make amends where I can to give back to the community here in prison, and hopefully being able to give back to the community out there is a continuous journey. So, and being able to venture into things like carpentry and being able to build houses for homeless veterans has really highlighted me as a person. It has shown me that I am not as bad as I thought I was. I am not as bad as the people that I once hung around described me as. And there are good things I can do for myself, which is continue to learn, continue to give back, and for my community. And I plan on continuing that, whether in prison or whether in the community. And I'm hoping that through the progressions that I've made over the years, that the board can see that I am one of those people that has made the progress, that has done the work, that has put the bad behavior on the back end and have come into the person that I should be, that I always should have been. And I understand that doing that has a very delicate dance to it, but I'm here to tell you that just like people that have believed in me while here in prison I'm hoping that the board can believe in me also.
Thank you for that. Let me just ask this question. What happened? What happened when you began to show yourself to others, who you are, what you did, the things that you experienced? As you showed that, how did others, whether it was staff or peers or whatever it may be, how did they begin to treat or respond to you? What was different?
Well, first, I wanted to understand what was happening to me also, and being so apart from that really scared me. And understanding that there are people that have different perspectives of what it was that you can, the person that you are, apart from who you were, they influence that. They give you the tools to make that further happen, and hope that you reciprocate that, and hope that you can make something better than what you have. And
So when you began to do that, you began to open up, right? You showed yourself.
yes, sir.
Were people more open to you?
They have been open to me, and I became a mentor. I mentored people in Lino Lake. Mrs. Linda Lee Chaplain Linda Lee played a very big part in a lot of my transformation. She basically gave me these skills that had the power to just reach across the table and allow you to tell a story and give an understanding of who you were and who you are now. So mentoring the YOs over in Lino Lakes with the opportunity of Mrs. Lee giving it to me, I did my best to reveal myself to these children, to give them some idea of it's not all about, being this rough and tough man. You have to open yourself up and be you. And that's been reciprocated throughout my transformation. And I really appreciate those that have given me that voice to allow me to tell a story, my story, and what it was that I went through.
My last question, I appreciate and respect, but I would just like to know, what was it like to just come into this meeting? You said you were nervous.
Yes, sir.
And then you started out by just laying out what you did and calling it what it was, murder.
Yes, sir.
Talking about your history of lying, both in the investigative process and the court process, and even for a period of time after that. What's it like to lay yourself bare like that in a public kind of setting like this?
I felt uneasy. I felt my mind just basically doing juggling. But I also knew that being in denial was not an option for me anymore. being shamed is not an option for me anymore, because the Gallon family, the community, and my family deserves the truth. And I want to be able to offer that without those blockades. When it comes to me, and even you guys, I want to be able to tell that story in its full capacity and reveal myself in its full capacity to give you a picture of who I am.
And you understand the importance of truth, because as I recall from the record, you don't have that sense of truth as it relates to the murder of your own son. Is that correct?
No, sir, I don't. And that delay in me not knowing has also given me the strength to be able to have that patience and understand that some things you don't need to know right off the bat, because reacting to everything is not key.
Thank you. I would open it up to the floor to the board members to ask any questions you have.
Well, I have one question. You attended a grief and loss group, am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that helpful to you? I noticed a lot of trauma in your own background, and then your mother's passing, your son's death. I'm curious what you thought about that group.
Grief and loss was when I went to Miss Lee and I let her know, when I went to Chaplain Lee and I let her know of these losses and how that I was still dealing with them because I had not fully grieved. She basically asked me to attend the grief and loss class, even though I was her clerk and I seen her doing it. I just never figured that, it was for me at that time. But she made it poignant that that was something that I needed. That was something that was essential in growth. That was something that was essential in trying to heal. And that grief and loss class was a big deal. It was tremendous in me having the knowledge behind why it was that I have not grieved the way that I was supposed to. And that was in part me not being able to pay respects to those that that are now deceased. That was me not having the bigger picture of what had happened in terms of my mother, in terms of my son, in terms of my sister.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I just had one brief question. Mr. Henderson, in your letter to the board, you referenced, one of the ways that you educated yourself was by doing a lot of reading. I too am an avid reader. You specifically reference Myth of Normal.
Yes, sir.
Can you talk a little bit about that and why that particular book was so impactful for you?
So again, this is in part due to Miss Chaplain Linda Lee. She introduced me to Gober Mate, and reading his work has really given me some insight into trauma, into healing, into health and how being in malignant environments play into the unhealthy upbringing of a child, how a person doesn't get the well-needed nourishment they need if a mother sees a child crying and she just lets it go. And the trauma part of it was, it really gave me some insight about myself, because being young and not having my needs met were that was me. And understanding how I was separated from who I was because of that trauma, how I was separated from myself because I allowed myself and made choices to get into gangs and see violence that I shouldn't have seen, and being disconnected from my community, and sometimes even from my family, because the trauma part of it was a very big portion of how I was raised. And those alter world views that I picked up along the way that caused me to have these beliefs that this is the way things were when they actually weren't. Because I do understand now that there are people that will help you. All you have to do is ask for help. All you have to do is open yourself up and be honest with whoever it is that's trying to help you. And uh, the help you get will probably be everything that you hoped and wished for. So Mr. Gobermay's book was very useful. It was very exciting to read. I couldn't wait to continue it after each time I put it down, because it just has so much live and on-time information for me that I didn't understand at one point.
Thank you.
I'm going to just turn to your daughter here. I want to thank you so much, Ms. Nickens, for being here today and being a support to your dad. I want to open the floor to you just to provide any insights or thoughts, what this is like for you and what your thoughts are about your dad and what you've seen in his change over the course of time.
So in the beginning, I was actually kind of upset with my dad. I ain't gonna lie, I was upset at first. I really didn't know my dad until I got older. My mom tried to keep it from me, and it turned out to be a whole big drama thing. So when I finally got a chance to get in contact with my dad, we had a relationship at first, but it was still kind of awkward for me. I really wasn't used to it already. Like, I was still trying to get to know him. But over the years, like, as we started getting closer and closer, and he's been my confidant, like advice. Like, he's the one who sends me all the advice I need. If I'm going through something and he's telling me like I can do it, like he encourages me, he uplifts me. Like, I've been going through a lot at home, and he's been like very much helpful. Like, he's giving me guidance to what I need to do and stuff like that. And honestly, I just want my dad home. I love my dad. He's been an amazing person. His whole demeanor has changed from when I first met him. I started talking to my dad when I was about 15, maybe 14, 15. And that's when I finally got in contact with him. And ever since, like, I don't know, it's just going over the years. I'm 30 years old now. And he's literally like my best friend. Like, I need my father, and I would like to have him around me. And I love like I love that he's matured over these years. I've seen it with my own eyes, grown up, and I don't know. I just I love my dad. My dad he's the most fantastic dad ever. Like, literally.
Thank you for that. It's quite an endorsement. Any other questions for, so Mr. Henderson, before the board begins any discussion, deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comment.
Once again, I would like to say that I am sorry to the Gatlin family for my actions that day. And if I can take what I had done back, I would in a heartbeat. And I know that being that I'm on the other end of this is I guess you can say a real hard thing to take, and I'm not, trying to minimize my role, my actions. I just understand that what I did was horrible. And I owe an amends to my community, to the Gatlin family, and to my children, my family. It is something that I have learned over the years, and I will continue this work that I've been doing. And to some degree, I hope, if granted this opportunity, to even work with you, Mr. Snell, on some idea I may have, or things that may come up and you need me to talk to, or an audience, or come back into one of the prisons after you see how or if and when I get released in my progress. I want to continue to involve myself in construction work, in art, in helping my community, because, as I said in the beginning, character means a lot, and helping your community means a lot, and it also benefits the person that's helping, because you live in that community too. I am very grateful for the opportunity to speak with you and the rest of the board members. And I am looking forward to whatever decision you come up with. I will continue to be me.
Thank you for that. At this time, I'm going to close the discussion. During board discussion deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open the discussion to the board.
Lee has an extremely good, detailed release plan, and a 60-month consecutive sentence that if he were paroled, he could begin that.
So it's a bit of a conundrum in terms of how to manage this.
Mm-hmm.
So just if you would mind bearing with me, I'll make a motion that might try to capture the legal kind of status and where we are. And also, I think it's a bit unusual, and I think it's a recognition of I think what I certainly saw and heard in Mr. Henderson. So the motion would be this, that and it's going to be a little bit awkward, but it would be a grant of presumptive parole effective August 16th of 2028. And that presumptive parole grant is conditional upon completion of remaining discipline-free, obviously, continuing pro-social engagement in the facilities, engagement with the PRT around exploring other placement options within the DOC where his skills could be advanced and forwarded. That he would continue to work on some critical thinking stuff in terms of looking at a COG skills program in that time, and continue his efforts around self-study. So this is a long way around to the fact that we don't have the ability to grant parole prior to completion of his mandatory minimum 30-year sentence. And yet, I think what the motion I'm trying to do is puts in place something that we're granting today, but it's conditional still. And as a way of kind of sending a message to Mr. Henderson that we believe that he is on the right path and making that progress. And that I would also look to this, that at some point in this process, that we could look probably closer to the end of that period of looking at the possibility of a transfer to minimum custody, and that the program review team, that should actually be included. The program review team should consider and look at that. Now, what that means is that he's got a longer period of time in minimum and work release. So, because he's got 40 months out of that 60 that would have to be served at that point in time. But that 40 months, a lot of that 40 months could be looked at as some mechanisms of step down, minimum placement, work release, and those sorts of things. And we could do a review at some point in time along the way. But what this really does is, I just want to send the message to Mr. Henderson that while we can't give him parole today, that we are in fact making an investment in him for the future.
So what I don't understand is the consecutive sentence. If we do exactly what you said, does that mean he still has to serve 60 months, which
40,
would be
yeah,
about
the
40? Yeah.
Yes, he would, but we would look to do step down during the course of that 40 months. Because that's really the only thing within our legal authority is to require the service of that sentence. But to try and manage the time here in a way that is beneficial and supportive and reinforcing the progress and the work that Mr. Henderson's doing, and still the requirement that he serve out all elements of the sentence.
Yeah, I would.
Commissioner.
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize. I think I had heard you say, and I'm just looking for clarification, because I don't disagree with, much of what you said. My only question would be, just in light of the amount of time, it being 3 years, I mean, is there potentially an opportunity for us to do like a paper review at the 30-month mark, just as kind of a way to make sure that everything is still progressing in the way that it certainly appears as though it's going? Would that create roadblocks unnecessarily, or does that kind of align with what you're thinking?
Yeah, I do think it would be good just to kind of be able to circle back and let the board know kind of what that progress is. But he would effectively be, if assuming it, we would do that paper review, and assuming everything is on track and he met these conditions, he has already been granted parole, as long as it's conditioned upon the completion of those elements.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. And I would add, Andrew's suggestion of at that 30-year mark, just at least doing a file review at that stage. And And then, I would also say that if that were to happen within 12 months of his parole, that there would be another full hearing, so that, and really, this is just more of an opportunity for victim input.
And on his
No,
determinant.
no, let's just leave it at this. We'll just do the file review and the presumptive parole. Okay.
And what's the year?
28.
28, yeah.
Yeah, August 16th of 2028 would be the parole date. So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
and Schnell votes yes. So, Mr. Henderson, it's a little bit of a confusing thing, but I hope you get the message that the board is supportive of the work you've been doing and really the way you presented yourself today. You came in and you just laid it out. Laid yourself bare, as I said, and then helped us understand the person you are today and what that journey has been. And while this grant of parole, it doesn't change your immediate status, because we don't have the ability to change your mandatory minimum requirement. Nonetheless, I want you to know that we're invested in your parole, and that we will begin as part of this toward the end of that, closer to the 2027, 2020, or early 2028. We would be looking to begin a process of some step down. This board would be advised, assuming that everything goes as we expect it to, the board would be advised and we would do a file review at that 30-year mark. Any questions about that?
I'm still quite not understanding how it's ordered.
Yeah. So all this, what this would look like is your parole is granted conditioned upon doing well. Really, we'll send you a letter explaining this. Your parole would be effective August 16th of 2028. You will have to serve that 40 months. And what we will do is use a process of, what we're suggesting here is a process of step down to manage that 40 months, because we also do not have the ability to alter that consecutive 60-month sentence. So you will be in, but what we are doing is presumptively granting you parole in August of 2028.
Okay.
I know it's weird, but it's the best we can do in light of the fact that you have to serve out all of these sentences respectively. Make sense?
Yeah, it sounds.
And if there are questions, we'll get you a letter, but if there are other questions, we can certainly work to answer that. But
Okay.
but I want you to know that, we don't do this often. And I think it is an investment in you and a recognition of the work that you've done.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Thank you, sir. Good luck.
Thank you.
Get my other computer. This one is dead. See if I have an attachment that will.
We're a little bit behind, aren't we? Yeah. We started a half hour late.
I didn't bring the adapter. Oh, so I'll run get the other one. I have a. Do you? A little? No, I don't. Small. Sorry. Okay, I'll be fast. But thank you for that. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Engel. Can you hear us? Okay. Can you try again just to see if you're off mute?
I can hear you, sir.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of the Hearings and Release and Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review David Brian Engel, who is present by live stream video at the Minnesota Department of Corrections facility in Moose Lake. Mr. Engel also has his advocate, Ms. Becky Winban, participating today as well. Thank you. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Jill Earhart, Christine Bray, member Cheryl Ramstead, and also member Andrew Larson. Our records indicate that on February 19th of 1995, David Brian Engel went to his step-grandmother's home to ask for money. After she refused, David Engel assaulted her physically and sexually with a metal. Mr. Engel then struck her several times in the head, which resulted in her death. On June 24th, 1996, David Engel was sentenced to life imprisonment by Fillmore County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. Mr. Engel was previously reviewed by the Commissioner of Corrections and his advisory panel on February 22nd of 2022. At this initial review, he was continued for 3.5 years. Today's review by the board represents Mr. Engel's second review after serving approximately 30.5 years of incarceration. Mr. Engel's minimum parole eligibility date occurred on February 19th, 2025. Thank you. Turn this over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Engel. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open the floor for you to to share with the board what it is that you would like to say as a starting point.
If it's all right, before I answer that question, if I could say something.
Yep, it's your opportunity to say what you'd like to say.
I'd like to start off by saying that I'm sorry to Gertrude for all the harm and the pain that I had caused her that night. I'm also sorry to her family for all the hurt and the harm and the pain that I caused to them as well. To the community, law enforcement, my family, and everybody else that was directly affected by my actions that night. Gertrude was a pillar of the community, a kind and caring person. She loved her family. She loved her community. And I took that all away from her and from her family. And for all of that, I'm sorry. Gertrude was also my grandmother, a person that I looked up to and that I cared about. And I also, that I looked up to and I cared about. I enjoyed helping her on her family farm, helping do chores and take care of the animals. And I destroyed that trust. And for all of that, I am also sorry. What I would like to see happen today is, for me, is like a two-part question. The first part is, I'm hoping that I can make some type of amends to the Bester family, because I've never had the courage to speak about harming Gertrude and or given any reason or explanations to the family for what I have done. And I'm sorry. I didn't have the courage 30 years ago in court to even admit to my crime. I was scared and ashamed. I was a coward. And I'm sorry for that. And I'm hoping that by the end of this hearing, her family can have some some type of little closure and understanding of what happened that night. The second part of that question, I know I don't deserve anything from the review board or anything. But I'm hoping through this hearing and everybody asking me questions, getting a chance to know me, I'm hoping for a chance to transfer to minimum where I can continue working on my potential release to the community someday. There's more opportunities for me at minimum to continue growing and to continue changing my life for the better. That's what I'd like to see happen.
So your offense involved particular cruelty. How do you wrap your head around and understand the level of violence that you engaged in that night, and in the offense and in the sexual assault and the murder of your victim?
For many years, I wouldn't look at it. I hid from that because I was ashamed. And I was ashamed of what I had done to her. And I know that my offense is very heinous. It's appalling and disgusting. And I take responsibility for that. I don't minimize it. I forgot what he asked. I forgot the rest of your question.
No, so today, how, when you think back around that time, how do you understand that you could engage in that level of violence that you, by your own admissions, that was completely undeserved on her part?
I look back at that, and I don't want to blame everything. I don't want to blame things like on my childhood and all that. But I grew up, I witnessed a lot of violence towards women when I was a young child. I seen my best friend's mom beaten up with black eyes and bruises. I had violence in my own home. My mom was abusive physically and verbally. I never even heard my mom tell me she loved me. I never heard any of that. And the things that I witnessed growing up as a young child, I normalized that and thought that was how women were to be treated. And I used when I took Gertrude's life and I sexually assaulted her, my childhood, the trauma that I had as a child, all that anger and the frustrations, being told no by her when she wouldn't give me, when I went like a week prior to ask for some money, and she told me no. All them resentments and anger, and I took it all out on her that night. I took it out on her, and she didn't deserve that.
She fought back, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
She was how old?
She was 86.
When you finished the offense, when you were done sexually assaulting her, raping her, and killing her, what was your feeling?
Ashamed, scared, angry. All I could think about was getting away. I was just so angry, and I took it all out on her.
So when did you find relief from that anger after doing what you did to Miss Bester?
No, I was so worried about getting away because I was scared because the medical alert had went off, and I didn't want to get caught.
Help us find the words to say, I mean, what would be the explanation for releasing David Engel into the community in light of what you did? How, if you were in our shoes, what would you be looking for, and what would be important to hear?
I would want to know that he's taken accountability. He's went through treatments. He's worked on his anger, did anger management classes. If he has it, to make sure I have a strong support system. I have coping strategies in place to make sure that these things nothing like this could ever happen again. I go to AA every Monday. Some of my triggers were lack of money, my anger, frustrations, and in general, how power and control over women. And I have the coping strategies in place for them, where I have my support people. I have Justin McNeil. I have my support people from the Redemption Project. I have my support people from Minnesota Recovery Connect that I'm in constant contact with. So I have coping strategies in place to make sure that these things can never happen again. I've went through restorative justice. I'm a firm believer in restorative justice. So those would be things that I would want to know. I've also did programming and classes, not because I had to, not because I was directed to, but because I wanted to change my life. Because I don't never ever want to harm anybody ever again.
Is it reasonable for people to have fear about the prospect of David Engel going back into the community?
Yes, absolutely.
And I understand the classes that you've done. I understand the insights of the acceptance of responsibility today. But should that be enough to alleviate the fear that people have of you, given the fact that your victim was an elderly woman?
No, I don't believe it that does. All I can do is to continue to work on myself, to make myself better every day, to prove to people that this won't happen again. Fear, the fear is a real thing, and I understand that. And again, all I can do is to continue working to better myself. And if I was given a chance at release, to minimum, I would continue that. It's not something that if I get to go somewhere else and do something different, then it stops. It doesn't stop. I'll work on that the rest of my life.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to other board members to ask questions of Mr. Engel.
Mr. Engel, I am wondering what other sorts of abuse of people or mistreatment of people or animals that you engaged in leading up to the murder of Mrs. Bester? Were there other times when you were angry and acted out and were cruel to others?
Yes, ma'am. I was in high school, I'd fight a lot. I didn't like school. I was bullied a lot, so because I was in special education classes, so I would fight because I thought that if I fought, people would leave me alone. When I would go to parties and drink, I would pick fights with people. All the time. Every time I would drink, I would pick a fight with people at parties. Even in prison, I made threats against people. I fought. So I have a lot of instances where I use violence to either try to get what I want or to be left alone.
Would you say that anger was a major problem with you?
Yes, anger was a very big part of my life. That and low self-esteem.
Had your anger against Miss Bester been building for quite some time?
No, I was never angry at her until she told me that she wouldn't give me any money.
Had she given you money in the past?
Yes. And the way I treated people, especially women back then, I really thought that I deserved it or was entitled to it. And when I drank during the week, it just festered. It all just festered up, and it came out on that night, on February 19th.
Did you have any other source of money? And along with that, what were you using the money for?
So I was working for a farmer at that time, and I would get paid $100 a week for working. I had a little bit of money in a savings account and in a checking account. And I was spending almost all my money on alcohol. I would work, once I would get done at my main job, I would go and help other farmers so I could make a little bit more money so I had a bank loan that made sure that I wanted to pay off. But basically all my money went to alcohol.
And I see in your file that you completed SOTP, Sex Offender Treatment Program. And I didn't see whether you had other victims of sexual assault.
No, she was the only one.
Had you fantasized about this sexual assault before you committed the assault and murder?
No, I hadn't.
And were you drinking that night?
Yes, I was. I had started out at a friend's party, and after everybody wanted to go to sleep, I wanted to continue drinking, and I left. So yeah, I was intoxicated that night.
That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Hi, I just have a question and a comment. I'm curious, after what you said about your upbringing and your mother in particular, why that's part of your release plan. If you could go wherever you wanted, you would go live with mom and dad.
So like I said before, my relationship with my mom when I was young was pretty rough. You know, she didn't tell me she loved me till I was 19, and I was in the county jail. But with going through treatment and involving my mom in the treatment process, and her doing being a support person for me in treatment, and being on video calls with my treatment team and everything, she understands who I am today. We've been able to apologize to each other. And every day at the end of our phone calls, we tell each other we love each other. So
Other questions for Mr. Engel?
I hadn't finished.
Go ahead.
So yeah, I love my mom, and we've worked very hard to repair that harm.
Thank you for that. And I just have a comment, and that is reading the psychological, you talked about your life sentence crime to the psychologist, and you said you feel like you have an obligation to the victim's family to help them understand, and you went on. And I think I know exactly what you were trying to say, and I don't know what the victim's family, how they'd react, but my reaction was, I think you'd want to flip it around and you'd want to listen to them and understand what you put them through.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all.
Andrew?
So you mentioned earlier that, that one of the things that you want to do or need to do is to make amends to the family. So what does that look like? How would you do that?
So a big thing for me right now, I'm trying to get my apology letter approved. Even if they don't ever read it or care to read about it, I did that. I'm doing that as a way to say that I'm sorry, to try to give them some type of closure. Other ways that I would love or care to make amends would be and I've said this to Chris Godsey and everybody before, that if the family ever chose or wanted to engage in the victim offender dialogue, I would be open to that, because they deserve the closure, and I've never given it to them. I've never tried. They deserve to tell me how they feel. I've read their statements, the victim impact statements, and I'm so ashamed of that person that I was, and to hear what they had to say about me. And they had that right to say it, and I accepted it, and I do accept it. Other ways that I make amends is I try to help. I'm a peer recovery specialist, and I help people that are struggling. And I'm doing all this. I'm a certified dog handler. I right now I'm helping rehabilitate dogs here at Moose Lake. And I do all these things I'm doing it to help myself, to make myself better. And it also it's a way that I'm giving back. And I feel that if I continue doing good things and helping people and staying on that track, it's also a way that I'm making amends. Like I said, I'm working on the letter. I'm open to the victim offender dialogue. And I'm staying out of trouble. I don't want to be that kid anymore. Those are the things I try to do to make amends.
Okay. I think one of my colleagues asked about your some of the release plan stuff that you've got, and that ultimately it's your desire to return to Iowa, I think, to live with your family. How close is that to Granger, where the offense was committed?
That would be, I'd say, 7 miles.
Do you think that returning to that area, I mean, do you think that would run the risk of potentially almost re-victimizing, the family, just knowing that you're so close? I mean, have you given any thought to that and what that might do to the victims?
So before I read the victim impact statements, I didn't think about that. All I thought about was wanting to be there for my mom and dad. But since I've read those, I think about that a lot. And me returning to that community, that might not be a good idea. Because I don't want to create more trauma, more problems. So if I'm ever granted any type of release or anything, maybe my best bet is to stay in the cities or in the outside of the cities or something. So I do think about it a lot, and it is a conversation that I'm really going to have with my family later on down the road.
All right, I appreciate that insight.
I'm going to just open the floor here to your support person, Ms. Whitman. Thank you for being here today. We really appreciate you, and would like to just open the floor to you to provide your thoughts regarding the changes you've seen, and Mr. Engel, and just your thoughts on where he is at and what you think maybe should happen.
Well, I do support his release over the past 30 years. I've known him since I was 14, I believe. And like the David Engel who committed this horrendous crime against Gertrude isn't the David I knew. I am seeing like the David that I knew come back. Like I said, I've known him for quite a while. I've never personally witnessed him like I know he had a hard childhood growing up and hanging out and everything, but I had never personally witnessed him ever be rude or disrespectful in any way towards women. He had never been rude or disrespectful to me. I mean, if I did something stupid, he'd call me out on it, but he was never rude. He was never disrespectful. He never tried to force himself on me, not even when he was drinking. He helped teach me how to drive a stick shift. He was there for my Sweet 16, and I managed to catch myself on fire. And of everybody that was there, he was the only one that actually tried to and successfully was able to put me out. I know when things first happened, I had visited him in the Fillmore County Jail. He wasn't super talkative about what had happened. He seemed kind of like in denial. He was surprised I had come to visit. He didn't know what I knew, what I had been told. And for a long time, he wouldn't talk about it at all. It took a lot for him to talk about it. And I'm kind of a pushy person, so he was asked a lot. He was asked a lot, and I know he was fearful of, like, what would that look like when he told me? Would I just completely cut him off, disregard him as a person in my life? And I didn't. It was extremely hard to hear what happened. It was extremely hard to hear from him what happened. But he finally had actually told me, which I thought was a big step. I know he had had altercations when he first got to prison and had different things, but I've seen him change over the years, even though like communication and stuff is limited to letters, JPay, visitation, and phone calls. But he has changed. He's opened up about it. He's not holding it in. He's not holding it back. He has shown remorse, at least with me, remorse for what has done. Hold on. Don't make me cry. It was very hard. I mean, growing up, like, we were pretty close. But yeah, he was always respectful. He was young, he had done dumb things, he had never done anything like what he had done to Gertrude. I feel like I am probably one of few people who have been consistently, when I've been able to consistently been a support person for him, somebody for him to talk to, somebody for him to just vent to if he needs to. I am aware that at some point on February 19th, he had broken into the house that I had actually lived at looking for alcohol or anything. And we didn't live there, so obviously there was nothing there anymore. But in a way, I feel if we still would have lived there, I think there would have been a different outcome. I've always been really good when he's gotten upset at a party or anything, drinking, to be able to talk him down and everything. So moving, he lost one of his main support people at that time to talk to, and things were able to build up. I mean, he does not blame alcohol. He doesn't blame anything but himself for what he did to Gertrude. He understands that just because he was drunk, he was intoxicated, it's not an excuse for what he did. Because no matter what, he made the choice to drink that night. He made the choice to decide he wanted to go try to get money from Gertrude. And he made the choice to assault her physically and sexually. He understands those are choices he made. They're choices he has to live with for the rest of his life. Gertrude's family has to live with for the rest of her life. And really, we all do. I knew Gertrude Bestard as well. And I loved her dearly. She was a really sweet little old lady. Like, always nice. She would have helped anybody. I had been to her house with David. So, hearing what happened to her was extremely hard. I mean, I saw it on the news in history class my senior year of high school. I was sitting in class, freshly moved from Granger, Minnesota, and saw him in cuffs and shackles while it was on the news during history class. Not a good morning for me. I did not finish my school day. I didn't know how to feel at that time. I didn't know what to think, and it took a while for me to go see him. But I do feel, I know his mom and him had a strained relationship and that it has been worked on tremendously. I still communicate with Mary Jo. I still call her. I still go down and see her. I also know this has been very hard on her, and it has been very hard on David's dad. I mean, Gertrude was his dad's grandma. So it's been hard on everybody, and it's going to continue to be hard on everybody. I personally don't feel him technically going back to Cresco. I don't feel that would technically be a slap in the face, so to say, for a better lack of words, to anybody. Because even if he were to go back home, obviously after being released and doing what he needs to in the cities through the halfway house, I believe it is, and programs that they would do with him if paroled, he doesn't have to go into Granger. It is close, but he wouldn't have to go into Granger. He could go into Cresco. He could go to, I believe it's Decorah, that's just by Cresco, if he needed anything. I mean, Granger really has nothing there right now. His mom's business is there. The feed mill, I think it's called, is there. So, I mean, he would really have no reason to go into Granger. I would assume part of his release would be like no taverns, no places that serve alcohol.
Yeah,
So-
and we would work through all of
Yeah,
that
I
kind
mean,
of stuff.
so yeah, there would be no reason for him to have to go into Granger for anything. He would be able to stay from Granger and avoid running in to any of Gertrude's other family members there. But as far as like fear, I don't fear David at all. I mean, if he was released today and he had absolutely nowhere to go, I would let him come and stay in my home. I wouldn't be fearful going to sleep and not having my doors locked. Like he's matured and grown a lot in the last 30 years. From just being in denial, smart-mouthed. He's serious. He owns what he did. He knows he chose to do it. And he knows he can't go back and change it. I honestly believe if he could go back to February 19th, he would have made a different choice.
Thank you.
Ways,
Oh.
I was gonna
Go
say
ahead.
ways that I would support him if he is paroled or even moved to minimum security and then paroled at a future date is, as we all know, the past 30 years, things have changed tremendously. Like you don't, cash is almost non-existent now. So technology has changed. I would help him with learning all that stuff so he wouldn't have to worry about being stressed. And I'm sure there's other programs that would help. The cost of living has gone up. Things with cell phones and just pretty much anything. I mean, anything that I would be able to help him with, to help support him on making a life outside of prison walls and a cell, I am willing to do.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Mr. Engel, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to open the floor to you for any final comments or thoughts, request of the board.
Once again, I truly want to say I'm sorry to Gertrude and to Gertrude's family for all the pain and the harm that I did cause. I also want to say I'm sorry to the community, law enforcement, my family, and everybody else that was directly affected. I am sorry for that. I also want to thank everybody that's helped me in the last 30 years in prison. Jara Mitchell for getting me involved with restorative justice. I want to thank the parole panel today for hearing me and giving me this opportunity. And I also like to thank my treatment team at Lionel Lakes for all their help. I want to thank my caseworker for all her help that she's helped me prepare for this. And I'd like to also thank central office for bringing us programs to help us better ourselves. So thank you.
Thank you for that. And with that, we will close the discussion. And during board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open the floor to the board for discussion and next steps.
Do we know the length of the period of time for the ECRC and the sexual psychopathic person? Like, how long does that all take roughly? Is that commitment?
They would do what they can, but it takes a while.
Like a year, 2 years?
I would say the ECRC could be done.
Yeah. The other one
Yeah,
really is depend.
Yeah, the other one, it's really hard to say.
Okay. And so he really, I guess what I'm really asking is, that needs to happen first, correct? Before we do anything?
It would have to happen before he's released.
Oh, before he's released, okay.
But it also creates this problem where sometimes without a release date, doing those things becomes a challenge. This is the
I see.
conundrum that we find ourselves in.
They won't take a good consideration without a release date.
Mm. I move that we deny parole, continue the matter for 3 years. I hear his release plan, I think, speaks volumes about his lack of empathy for the effect it's had, lack of empathy for the effect that his crime has had on the community, on the family, and that in and of itself. But then I hear his kind of conclusory comments, and I don't sense that he's really internalized remorse. I hear him saying the words, but I don't sense that he's really grasped the gravity of what he did and the harm he caused all the community and the I mean, law enforcement, and I mean, not to mention this 86-year-old woman and 3 generations in her family.
Well, and I sense that too, and I saw that there's some intellectual functioning borderline, and I've seen that before where it's impossible to totally grasp.
Well, that's my motion.
Feelings or express them.
That's my motion, and I did take that into account. I've worked with emotionally
Continue for
disturbed
3
people
years.
too. Yeah. I just think it's going to take longer. I think it's the capacity.
But what
may
could
limit.
what could we recommend to work on during this time?
Well, I think developing a comprehensive release plan, a
Well,
realistic
absolutely. This
and
realis-
comprehensive.
yes, this
I
release
think
plan is
working
not
with a
acceptable.
psychologist or psychiatrist on and working on empathy. I think continued work on restorative justice. Somehow trying to address the community harm. That it was a larger group than just and his own triggers. He seems to me he's blaming everything but himself. And I think she said it, you know, you got to have him take ownership of what he did. You can't blame, you know, seeing sexual acts committed or degradation as he was growing up, chemical dependency, the fact that he was, you know, he needed money.
It's highly unusual, and it was particularly sadistic.
It was, yeah.
And I was trying to get at, was there something building up to this? Which is, it's hard to grasp that this just came out of the blue without some fantasizing, some building up of sexualization combined with anger and directed at a vulnerable victim.
And I'm not sure that that in and of itself demonstrated self-awareness or being honest with us. I didn't accept
capability. That's what I'm wondering about. So he might need to have a specialized release plan, but I agree with you, continue for 3 years and work with a psychologist.
So just for points of clarification here, is that a second then?
Yes, that's a second. I'm just trying to think what we could put in place to work toward during that time, because there might need to be a release plan that is not standard minimum work release step down, even if there's a transition to someplace far away from Granger. So, well, that would be for him to work on.
And I'm assuming he's not the only special ed person they've had to deal with. So I think there's some
deference we need to give to the people who will be working with him, taking that into
Yeah.
account and appropriate referrals based on that limitation.
To focus on that limitation more in terms of the crime.
So we have a motion and a second. We have discussion.
Yeah, so this is really discussion.
Yeah, I think the fact that he's low functioning is pretty significant. And I think what I would propose is just a little shorter timeline if you consider it, like maybe 2 years. I think his release plan needs a lot of help, but he acknowledged that today. And I didn't get the impression he was minimizing. I thought he was answering the commissioner's question about what causes or so, and that's when he got into his mother. So I had just a different take. So I guess what I'm asking is offering a friendly amendment to a shorter time period. Okay.
Sorry.
Yep,
No
no
There's a
problem.
lot of work to.
There's a lot of
Yeah,
work to
no,
be done.
we'll just vote. That's fine.
Other thoughts? I would just say that, from my sense is that I'm concerned just because I'm not so confident about release into the community and what that all means. I also get, our ability to test that is somewhat limited because of ECRC and in particular the SPPS DP kind of requirements that will need to follow here. I'm also mindful of the fact that that one of the ways we could test this is by moving him around in the system, even at the medium custody level. I'll be frank that I would err on the side of longer. That's just me. Because I just, because given the fact, I just want to provide an explanation because I was the one that reviewed him at 27 years. And one of the reasons that we continued him for the 3.5, for the 30 months was really about the completion of sex offender treatment programming and then having a little bit of time post of that, just to see how he did and how he finalized and worked through the treatment process and the aftercare side of that. And so that's really where that decision came from, and that's really when he would really have become fully eligible for parole consideration. So that's how we got to where we are. At the same time, I would wager that that he and many others would have said, yeah, perhaps he has some challenges, he had some limitations, he had some issues with anger, fighting, whatever it may have been. But how he got to the point of raping and killing an 86-year-old woman, it's a big jump. And I struggle with that, and I would like to test that more, and that's just the place where I'm at. So I just want to provide that perspective.
And with the current motion, that would be doable, right? Would it need an amendment?
I'm not asking for an amendment, but I would just say that I would be more supportive of a longer period of continuance. So,
but I mean, the transfer to test.
Yeah, the transfer, that stuff could still happen during the course of. Yep, we can do that, and we can add that into this either as a part of one of the conditional things, or just make it a or just allow the PRT to do that, and which they probably would, just given the fact that he's been going to be with us for 3 years.
May I ask how long you would?
I mean, I would be probably in the 4 to 5 range, just to allow for that and to make some move or maybe moves, just to give him some experiences around transition, but.
So 4 to 5, let's say Cheryl decides to go with 5. That really means roughly 7 more years before he's eligible for parole because of the ECRC and the assessment. I'm just guessing.
It's pending the county moving on things, so it's
Yeah, possible.
really difficult to put a real time frame on it.
Because there's that assessment that happens and then
Yeah.
there's court considerations
No, I
like.
get that.
So,
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
just
if it
trying to,
would
what
get
are we
Yeah.
really
weird.
talking
Yeah,
about here?
So, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I've seen them last years and I've seen them be finished next year.
Well, if we did 3 more years, they would need to make a determination of whether or not they were going to refer him, whether it was the county
Mhm.
or the state.
Yeah, if
for
you're-
ECRC review.
Yeah, if you're gonna, if there would be at that stage of parole determination, yeah. So there's a motion and a second. Let's run the vote. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Excuse me, we're talking 3 years?
3 years.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
Schnell votes no. The motion prevails 4-1. Mr. Engel, you've had a chance to hear the board discussion. We would, be looking for you to really double down on that plan, a release plan. And I think, it's important for you to hear that I think some of the concerns around going back to that community, and given the kind of closeness of it, whether it's Granger or not, is probably not likely in the cards from a harm standpoint. We would ask that you continue restorative justice and work with behavioral health and really try and explore some of the empathy side of this. And then, I would also say that at some point in time, we would be looking to effect another transfer sometime in the course of the next 3 years, probably a year and a half or so out, just to give you some opportunity to experience another transition. You came into prison young, and those transitions can be helpful, and just in terms of readying you for eventual release. Any questions about that?
Yeah. First I want to clarify that I have a release plan for Minnesota that's really detailed with treatment places and with all my support in it. My I will release plan was never an immediate plan.
I understand. I understand. So what we're saying is that, we want more work done on that. The team can work with you on that. We will provide you with additional information about that. Okay.
I do have one more question.
Yep.
So if I'm getting obviously I'm going to get a continuance. If I was wondering if there could be something in place that when I complete the next set of directives or whatever, if I can get a request an earlier hearing.
That was not included here, and I think part of this is really, both. It's about not just about checking the box and moving those things forward. It's about demonstrating that change. I think again, you came in at 19-ish years old, and so to be able to test and challenge and move you around a little bit is a worthwhile endeavor. And so that was not part of this. So. That's not, it would right now be a 3-year continuance term.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, sir. Good luck. We'll get you a letter explaining all of this.
Medium only.
Medium only. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll be pulling in 2 other board members here.
And our next review will be with the Faribault Correctional Facility. All right, we'll be with you in just a minute, sir.
We're unmuted.
We mitigate that. Except I'm surprised. One was a made up. That's what? That more of a focus was given to it. Same.
And the community.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be with you in just 1 minute here. I was
We
waiting for
sorta
one other board
did.
member and we'll get started.
Last guy did. It just came, I didn't think he was making excuses.
No. I
So,
so he was making excuses.
I kept thinking,
He's kind of.
Just the mics are on, just so you know, the mics are hot.
oh,
There's no way to. He just stayed on. That's good to know.
no, apparently they do.
Red. It can be turned off.
So we might.
All right, go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Mr. Billy Ray Deshawn Johnson, who is present on video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Faribault. Mr. Johnson also has his advocate, Mr. Maurice Anderson, participating today. Thank you, sir, for attending.
You're welcome.
Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Jody Nelson, Joe Earhart, Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstad, Don Strufert, and Andrew Larson. Our records indicate that on March 18th of 2006, Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting. At the scene, they found the victim, Michael Zaber, injured and unconscious from a gunshot wound to the head. Michael later died. Michael's mother reported that she, Michael, his sister, and her boyfriend had just eaten dinner at a nearby restaurant. As they were returning to the car, they were approached by two black males. One of the males demanded her purse and took it from her. The other male had a handgun and shot Michael in the head. Both assailants then fled. Other witnesses reported seeing a vehicle pull into a nearby parking lot and two black males got out. A short time later, the witness heard a gunshot and saw the same two males running back toward the car. One of the males got into the car and the other fled on foot. Another witness identified the people in that car as Billy Johnson and Dante Jacobs. This witness stated that the two individuals had planned to commit robberies that night. On March 15th of 2007, Billy Ray Deshawn Johnson was sentenced to 360 months by Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of second-degree murder. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Johnson has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 19 years of incarceration. His current confinement release date is July 1st of 2026. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juveniles, Mr. Johnson is eligible to be considered for release after serving 15 years of incarceration. This equates to a minimum eligibility date of April 4th of 2021. Thank you. Turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon. Mr. Johnson, how are you today?
I'm doing fine.
Okay. I'd like to start out by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I would like the opportunity to go to work release so I can gain the necessary skills. So when I'm released July 1st, 2026, I'll be able to navigate more easier going back into society. Being incarcerated since I was 17, I feel like at this point I don't have the necessary skills to make my journey a lot more easier when I'm SRD. So that's why I'm asking, can I get the necessary help to go to work release?
Do you feel you can manage work release?
Yes.
What makes you feel that?
Because I need it. I need the structure. I need the opportunity to be able to maintain a job, like that, get the resources. So when I'm released, it can be more easier for me to navigate my way through life.
So let me ask this a different way. So many times, work release possibilities exist, but it's oftentimes really based upon eligibility. Would you be eligible for work release if you were just to apply for it?
I'm not sure if I'm eligible at this point.
And what do you think might be a barrier to work release eligibility?
Classification.
Okay. And would part of that be based upon or built on some of the disciplinary challenges that you've had?
Yes.
So can you talk about the disciplinary challenges?
Well, when it comes to my discipline patterns, I feel like me being in here so long and trying to adapt to my environment, it's part of the reason why I got so many discipline infractions. It's not, and then coming across different people from different walks of life, I get emotional at times, and I let it get the best of me when it comes to my decision making.
So, is that, so I just want to think about the offense itself, your offense, you're committing offense, and just what you just said, that sometimes you get emotional and you let those emotions get the best of you. What's changed over the last 19 years?
I feel like going through this time, maturing, going through my ups and downs, like going to say again, and completing program, and growing up in here and seeing that at the end, I'm coming to the end. So July 1st, my freedom coming. So my motivation is different now. So I'm just ready to leave. I'm just ready to go, and I'm just asking for help. At the end of the day, I'm asking for help to get the work release.
Okay. Would it be wrong for us to say, well, I'll own this, for me to say or question, how is it that we could put him in work release and expect him to be successful when he struggled to be successful in the facility that he's at present? Would that be unreasonable for me to say, so we're going to, I mean, I know you have a hard out date of July of 2026, and the board has no control over that. But moving you out at this stage of the game, when we are seeing kind of evidence of antisocial kinds of behavior and or as you put it, letting your emotion get the best of you. Why would we take that kind of a risk in terms of letting you out early?
So I can get the necessary skills so that I won't commit and come back here. Instead of just letting me sit here until July 1st. Me sitting here, the pattern ain't doing me no good. So I feel like if I get the work release and I can have structure, wide supervision, and get the necessary skills, so when I'm in release, it'll be different for me. It'll be easier for me.
And so explain to me how it's going to be different or easier for you. I mean, just being in that setting.
The motivation is different. It's my freedom. It's not me being incarcerated.
Okay. I'm going to open it up to other board members for questions.
I want you to have as many opportunities as you can. What opportunities particularly have you taken part of over the last year since we last saw you?
I have completed decisions.
How meeting with this group made a change, or how has it helped you at all or opened doors for you?
I got completed decision points and emotional intensity group. I had it within the last year. I'm just preparing myself for my freedom. Like it gave me a different outlook that my stay here is coming to an end soon. So I need to prepare myself so when I'm released, put me in a different mindset.
How would I know that? I guess that's why I'm having hard for me to see how the mindset has changed to different behaviors.
Can you say that again? Can you say that again? I couldn't hear you.
Can you repeat that, Don?
There's been a change of mindset. How has that impacted behavior? How has that helped you be more confident that you don't need the structure any longer?
Because it's no real structure in its place. It's no real structure in here. You come here and you adapt to your environment, and that's what I've been doing. So with my release day coming, I'm trying to get to a place where I can better myself, put myself in a better situation so I won't reoffend when I come back to this, I won't come back to this place.
I understand the predicament of not finding a place where you can better yourself. Am I seeing that correctly? Haven't found that in your incarceration to date.
I can't hear. I can't hear. Can you repeat it again? It's hard for me to hear you.
I understand you haven't.
Don, can you speak with me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I understand you haven't found that type of structure that's most helpful for you in the times that you've been incarcerated, particularly over the last year since we first met with you. Haven't been in the right space at the right time.
Right.
And that's what you're hoping will happen with
Yes.
work release.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to open it up to Mr. Anderson. Thanks for being here today and to be a support for Mr. Johnson. I'd like to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts regarding the changes and plans for Mr. Johnson.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, how's everybody doing? I'm so grateful to be here today. I mean, first thing I want to talk about, I want to breathe life into is that being in the position that Mr. Johnson is in today, when it comes to his words, I mean, you guys wouldn't know how it would feel to be sitting there in that seat right now today. So he got a nervousness about himself today when it comes to patient and being impatient. And we can talk about a behavior pattern that he had that I share with him. I just served 17 years of being incarceration. But what I want to speak about is what he's talking about how beneficial that the work release program can be for him. Like me coming home, I was the first person in Ramsey County to come home on educational work release, complete my bachelor's degree, and I'm almost done with my master's degree right now as well. While I was in the workhouse, I was able to get a Class A CDL when it comes to utilizing resources and network and just being able to network. Then they provide so many avenues that he will be afforded the luxury of having. And I cannot just fathom me being re-entering society, homeless, without work release, would have looked at a whole lot different. So when we talk about his previous behavior pattern versus the future, for me, without giving individuals with extensive incarceration work release, is adding on to that recidivism rate to being able to reoffend even quicker and being able to go to work release when you do see inmate behavior pattern while incarcerated. While we incarcerated, we are only just trying to get through time. Re-entering society and being able to do something different is a new norm that you have to adjust to. So I think that's a better process to see his behavior that has not been tested versus being incarcerated and having infractions versus going and given a chance to be able to have work release. And when you step the wrong way for a second, you will be sent back to prison. So that is another capacity that he will be placed in, that it would take himself to do right in utilizing the resources and building to be able to get housing placement. That determines what he does, the things that we talking about here right now. Because if he don't complete it, if he don't do right, he will be sent back to the Department of Corrections based on his own abilities. And that is different than getting through some jail time while you come into a prison society at 17 years old. So we have talked and I'm joining right now. I'm with the Hennepin County's Attorney's Office with Transformative Justice Alliance, trying to build a program here in Hennepin County. I'm doing at the Legal Rights Center with a Dream Circle. Like some of these things, like I've been incarcerated with Mr. Johnson for extensive amount of time. And, you know, when it comes to infractions, there's no excuse for it. There's no excuse towards any of our infractions that we have done while we was incarcerated. But when you come home, you got different obligations you got to do for yourself. There was no, like, I did my prison time different than he did his prison time. But I know one thing that I'm here for to say about him is that we entered Department of Correction together from 2007. And I was one of those people that he would listen to, that I can guide in the right direction towards education. But when he wasn't around me, by being so young, he have adjusted and adapted to some of those hardened prisons and some of those ways that prison would set you up for. I was a different person in Stillwater than I was in Faribault. I was a different person in Faribault than I was in Minimum. So this opportunity, this luxury that he should be able to be afforded determines on his own worth, on the work that he put in. He have to go to work release. He have to get a job. These things are mandated. And utilizing resources when it comes to housing, when it comes to development and all the other things. Like I told him, like when we communicated, that I can't speak towards your infractions, but I know how beneficial the work release program is. And my thoughts, even work release for a year for me is minimized, because being able to have that type of authority on you, some people, sometimes, as you can see, when it comes to Mr. Johnson infractions, sometimes it takes longer for people to have help than others. Everybody operate different. And the thing is that in prison, he didn't get it right away. And I tell him all the time that everything ripens and become fruit in its hour. So when it's his time, it will show and reflect through himself, through his development. And prison have not been a good setting for him to adjust and adapt to, and re-entering society offer a whole new set of obligations. When he walked to the child hall, they feed him. When he go to lay down in bed, he don't have to pay rent. He have to do all these things that work release would help him to be able to give him structure for, versus him being released in the next year or so to be able to come home anyway. So I understand how we catch our cases. I understand how we behave in prison. But if we want to help a cause, a situation even more better, then with a person being released anyway within a year, it's beneficial for both ways. It's beneficial towards the judgment that you guys are here with today, to be able to allow him to go to work release, to get that help that is necessary. And if he failed outside of prison is a different dynamic, then you will know that he's not ready for society at all. But you will not be able to fully determine that while he's been spending his time in prison since he's been 17 years old, because I had the same obstacles that I had to overcome, even though we might mature in different ways at different times. But I'm here in support of giving an individual a chance. I was hoping I can talk to him before this started, because I wanted him to feel something that we don't feel while we're in prison. I wanted him to feel like a human today, because we feel so outcast and unforgiven when we behind on walls. And today, I didn't want him to feel down. I didn't want him to be as nervous as he came in today, because he got something to be grateful for in his development. We are remorseful. We are human. We have hearts. We love. We make mistakes. We do all those things. But I just come here today to be able to have both experience on being incarcerated and being able to be afforded the luxury of a work release program, and also seeing other people who did not get the work release program, some successful and some may not have been as much successful. But for myself, me being honest with you guys here in real time and being released, that I'm doing so much in my community towards community development, educational wise, volunteer work. And I don't know what that would have looked like if I wasn't afforded the luxury of going to work release. The thought in my head is so unfathomable after doing 17 years incarcerated and just coming out homeless. I anticipated my stress level was so high, and I'm just so grateful that I was granted work release to be able to be here to speak on behalf of somebody else, potentially having that luxury afforded to them as well.
Thank you for that. We appreciate that and appreciate you being here today.
I have one more question.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, could you remind me what exactly is your work release plan? What do you have set up?
My work release plan is to go and just to get the necessary skills that I would need and get like soft skills, like just developing and just using the resources that's around me to make it so when I do SRD July 1st, 2026, it would be more easier for me to go back to society.
Where will you go exactly for work release? Have you contacted different places and?
We would typically do that. They would work with the case
okay,
manager and that stuff would be arranged because he'd have to apply.
Oh, yeah, so he hasn't done anything. Mr. Johnson, you haven't applied yet, correct?
I'm not able. Like,
Okay.
Because of his classification and some of that.
Thank you. I
behavior
didn't
stuff.
understand. Thanks.
Mr. Johnson, can you just because I don't want to lose a little bit of focus here on I think really what one of the underlying things is here. What happened? Who was your victim?
As the woman read, it was Michael.
And what was he to you, or how did that come about?
I didn't know him at all, and it was a situation that happened back in 2006, March 18th, like she said, and it's something that I think about like all the time, and I'm remorseful, like I feel bad about what happened, but I know I can't go back and redo it. So moving forward, I just can do better and get back to my community and try to stop somebody else from making the same mistake I did.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, I want to, before the board begins discussion and deliberations about next steps, I want to open the floor to you for any final comment that you'd like to make to the board or request of the board.
I'm sitting here today, like I've been saying, I just know my SRD coming soon. I'm finna depart this place within a year, and I'm asking y'all for help. I'm asking y'all for help because I've been here, and as y'all see, y'all got all the paperwork in front of y'all. This place ain't helping me at all, and I don't want to reoffend, and I'm not going to reoffend. But if I can get the necessary help, extra help, resources, and be put in a position to thrive, I'm just asking for help. And thank y'all for being here today.
Thank you. At this time, I'll close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I'd open the floor to the board for discussion next steps.
So I just need clarification. He could not have prepared for work release had he wanted to, because this is his first review. Is that correct?
Just no, his is second review a year ago, but
so he had the opportunity.
Well, I think what would happen here is generally speaking, work release would be identified. You know, had there not been some other issues around classification, really relates to his behavior and conduct that you know, work release would have been afforded as something for him to apply to. If you know, if we were to put him in work release, move him to work release, it would be something where you know, the staff would work with him in terms of what the right spot is and location, if that were deemed to be the best option for him.
And he has explored some options. I think that giving him a chance at work release would help facilitate a successful transition. There are some things that some friends that are willing to help him with finding employment, and he's made some connections with a couple of other places, and he certainly does need some adjustment time.
So is that a motion?
That's a motion.
So there's a motion, which would be to transition him to work release.
Yes.
Is there a second?
I guess I would like to discuss more, so no, not yet.
No second on that one? Is there an alternative option, motion, or question?
Well, my question, so we've got 10 months, he's got 10 months. And I don't know the system well enough to know, so, and he's asking for help, and bless him for doing that, because he does need help. And it seemed like there were choices in terms of leave him where he is, and then he could do these sorts of things to prepare, send him to minimum, he could do these things to prepare, go to work release, he'll do these things to prepare, so it seems like there's not like one right answer of what place, but how would he prepare in each of those choices? I mean, just reading from like, you know, the psych review and the PRT, you know, they're saying 3 choices: leave him here, step him down. So in 10 months, what's the best place to help him prepare?
One of the things.
Question.
One of the things that's mentioned in the July 30th, 2025 options for him would be remain at level 3, continue to work with mental health staff for impulse control, maintain a job at the facility, and complete cognitive behavioral intervention and employment, which is offered 33 sessions for 11 weeks. So maybe that could be done, followed by a minimum custody transition. I think work release is pretty risky at this point. But I think if he has some impulse control, you know, maintains a job, I mean, he hasn't complied with any of the conditions that we set a year ago. So I don't see that we should be rewarding him for that by granting him what he wants.
Yeah,
I think
I guess I didn't see it as a reward. I'm thinking of the
see it as a
fact that
reward.
he's getting out in several months, and that just from the standpoint of his success and public safety and his successful transition, work release would be the most likely thing to help him successfully transition, which is what we want.
So you don't think the 33 sessions for 11 weeks dealing with cognitive behavioral intervention and impulse control and maintaining a job would be helpful?
Yeah, but do you think he'd go?
Step?
Yes.
Do you think he'd go?
Good point.
I think if he were required to.
And how would we do that?
I think it's a real dilemma. I think it's a big public safety issue. Do we just keep him locked up until his out date comes, or do we do something to try and help him be successful?
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I don't know.
The risk comes for me. I'd like to see some identification of the steps that brought him to a gun in hand and shooting a person on the street. What steps were there? How is he going to be aware that those steps are being repeated? And how can it change? Would that be available in the cognitive course? Could that be focused on, this is what I did, this is what nobody wants, he doesn't want to do again?
Yes, I think really that is reflected in terms of even the processing of some of his more current behaviors, because I think it's some of the same things, right? That a bit more reactive in terms of that response. And so yeah, that cognitive skills program stuff could be one of the ways to address that.
Or what can I give up, or what do I have to give up before I can start building? And I think the cognitive might get at some of that.
One challenge for him is 70 IQ.
Say again?
70 IQ.
Okay. Okay.
And so I just think we have to take that into consideration. And he could decide with that limitation, with that disability, he could decide to spend the next 10 months hunkered down.
Question.
It's not a good decision, but but he has limitations in that area.
I'm not sure what you're suggesting.
I'm saying we don't want him to, I'm saying he's got a disability.
Right.
In his thinking.
Right.
And so
Are you thinking-
what's the best shot to have him have some change, the help that he's asking for?
Does it?
Let's go ahead.
I apologize. Does it? I too am struck by the dilemma. I have a hard time, approving work release, recognizing, the potential value of it, but it doesn't feel as though at this point it's something that has been earned. So that's where I'm really struck and I'm struggling. Is there an opportunity to, to put in place maybe an opportunity for work release towards the very tail end, which I recognize he's almost there now, but contingent on successful completion of, the cognitive skills stuff like that. That's really the only place that I go, because I am really kind of struck with the dilemma that up to, it was within the last 3 months, there have been disciplinary things.
What about minimum and ICWIC or something like that?
So he had a stint at Red Wing minimum before.
Yeah.
And was brought back. I was in 22. So I think it is one of those situations of for me, how do we, what do we expect? I get concerned about, just going to be really totally blunt, I get concerned about putting him on work release and having something happen. And yet at the same time, I get the fact that he's got a heart out and he's coming out one way or the other. But I really struggle, because I think work release does demand a level of independent action. While you have, case management and you have supervision in the halfway house where you're placed, but, you're walking out into the community every day looking for jobs, doing all those different things. And the only hope, that nothing bad happens, it could be beneficial because he, could land that job and some of those sorts of things, but it's a substantial risk given the fact that, he has not, despite the fact that he knows he's got a hard out date and that he had an opportunity to come before this board and ask for an earlier release, get an earlier release, on work release or whatever it may have been. And we find ourselves in this position. So I'm more on the line of just being clear about where I sit, having him offering him the option to come to the program side of this, do what we're asking, that COG program that starts in November, I believe. And have him do that. And I guess, we could talk about it. It's really limited and it's very hard transition, but we could look at doing something where, if he were to complete that, maybe we try and connect that with a short 60, 90-day work release placement or something like that.
That sounds like a good
Yeah,
option,
I'll
a
make that
90-day
motion.
work release.
Make the motion that he stays in level 3, does the 11-week CPT. If he completes that, followed by get him as quick into work release to finish it out.
Second.
So that was a motion
That was the motion.
and a second.
Clarification, he's currently at a medium security. There's been a pattern going from medium to minimum. Minimum, including the bridge program, very structured before work release. Where does that fit in the pattern?
The problem we run into is time.
Okay, and there's not
Because
enough
we
time?
can't control post July 1. We have no voice in that.
I'm seeing smaller steps with minimum bridge program to work release. If rules or regulations, if there's discipline while he's on minimum or in the bridge program, what happens?
I mean, presumably even with this motion, if he does not complete the 11-week program, he stays where he's at until he hits his supervised release date. And because that would be conditioned, work release would be conditioned upon that.
So he's basically earning that by doing this
Correct.
CMT course.
Yes.
I can't speak again, can I?
No, it's not at this point in time. So that, that's really what we would be looking at. And I think the challenge with bridge and those sorts of things is just the sequencing of this, and that timing is going to be really impossible to get it all in.
Okay. So
a motion and a second. I would just remind that, as a standard, we always add the discipline-free side of this, which has been a challenge, but I think is a reasonable expectation as we go forward. So motion is a second to the motion. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Struford.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. Mr. Johnson, you've heard the discussion here today. We are recommending and are in fact requiring that you would remain there, participate in that in the program that was suggested by the COG program that was suggested by the PRT at the facility there, and conditioned upon your successful completion of that program, we would have that coordinated with work release to give you at least a short period of time to transition. Again, this is conditioned upon successful completion of that 11-week program and you're remaining discipline-free while you're in. Do you have any questions about that?
So you're saying remain discipline-free, and after 11 weeks, I'll be considered to go to work release?
No, after you remain discipline-free, complete this cognitive behavioral program that at Faribault has that would start in early November. And that's 11 weeks long. Assuming you achieve those two things, we would move you into work release for your last 90 days or whatever is left of your time, so that you have a little bit of time to transition in the community.
Okay.
Okay. And we will get you a letter that explains this. Okay.
All right.
Thank you much. Good luck. Thank you for being here, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, thank you all as well.
All right. That's one of the day.
This sentence was not live, it was 30 years. That means that'll be the end of it. Really concerned me. That was resource.
afternoon, everyone. I'm Rebecca Holmes-Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Mr. Jeremiah Ratzlaff, who's present in person. Mr. Ratzlaff also has his advocate, Ms. Robin, is it Vesnor? Vesnor, thank you. Here with us today. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and sorry, I forget, I'm supposed to have a microphone. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Also present with us today is one of our board members who is behind you on the screen, unfortunately, Mr. Andrew Larson. We also have Jody Nelson, Joe Earhart, Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstead, and Don Strufert. Our records indicate that on April 19th of 2006, the St. Louis County Sheriff's Department received a missing person report from Jeremiah's sister concerning her father. She stated that her brother and her father had been the only ones at home. Jeremiah stated that their father had left and said that he was never coming back. She also shared that her father had been drinking and had fought with Jeremiah and her mother earlier in the day. On April 20th of 2006, Jeremiah's mother contacted authorities and reported that she had discovered some red spots on the ground near their garage and that she did not know if the spots were blood or some other fluid. She also stated that Jeremiah had told her that he had killed his father and she felt that he was telling the truth. A subsequent search revealed the victim's body hidden under a pile of brush and 2 spent 20-gauge shotgun shells. In a later interview, Jeremiah admitted to shooting his father. Jeremiah was 16 years old at the time of the offense. On October 23rd of 2006, Jeremiah Ratzlaff was sentenced to 367 months by St. Louis County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of second-degree murder. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Ratzlaff has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board. Mr. Ratzlaff was initially reviewed by the board on August 6th of 2024. The board voted to deny parole and continue the matter for 1 year. Mr. Ratzlaff was allowed to transfer to the work release program on January 8th of 2025. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 19 years of incarceration. His original confinement release date is September 7th of 2026. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Ratzlaff is eligible to be considered for release after serving 15 years of incarceration. That eligibility date occurred on April 17th of 2021. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ratzlaff. How are you today? Yeah, we'll have you hold that mic up as you go. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
All right. So I'd like to just start off by asking you to talk about, well, let's just go the last roughly 8 months. What's happened even since we saw you, and then primarily your transfer to work release and how that's been.
Well, this seems highly performative with the phone. It's been a very pleasant experience. It's been difficult in some ways, you know. The highlights are, you know, I got a job. It's in Owatonna. I'm making a steady paycheck, kind of relearning how to work those hours. You know, it's a little later than I would have liked. You know, finding a job was pretty difficult, but I was able to do it. And I've been, you know, there have been ups and downs. Being able to see my sister after so long, my brother for the first time in nearly 19 years, that was a very pleasant experience. Mom, you know, I wish we would have had more time for her to come down, but you know, circumstances. But it's been wonderful to feel the family come together again, to meet my niece and nephew, my niece for the first time, things like that. It it is pretty wonderful. I feel things coming into place in a way that I don't know, I couldn't really have imagined. So it feels pretty good.
What have been, you talked about, the ups and downs, the challenges, which we would expect, right? There's a big transition but talk a little bit about what some of those ups and some of those downs have been.
Well, the big downs have been mainly just trying to interface with the insurance companies. I tried to seek some medical stuff when I first got out. They denied me coverage through the state healthcare system, and it's been a tough situation trying to navigate that whole thing. But I believe it's been worked out, even to this day, many months later. It's kind of nebulous as to know whether or not it's actually set straight. That's the biggest thing. Transportation is a big one, but I've decided in my own mind what would be more appropriate is to take the financially feasible route of maybe prolonging that purchase, because I carpool with a gentleman from Rochester to Owatonna every day. He's going to go there anyway, so I give him gas money and we kind of try to split the burden there. But mainly transportation and the healthcare thing. And Robin, she's always been, she's basically done superhuman feats to accommodate me when she can, which is more than I'd probably like to admit. She's driven down to Rochester and helped me with whatever I need. So
what as you look at the prospect of the potential for release, and you're going to have it either way, a year from now or sooner, depending upon what the board does here today. What do you talk a little bit about what this looks like if you were to be granted a date today? What would it look like? What would your plan be? Walk us through that.
Well, the biggest thing is having to commute basically 120 miles a day from Red Wing to Owatonna is kind of difficult. In the interim, in the transitioning process, it'd be something that I'm absolutely willing to do. That's difficult on automobiles, things like that. But the first thing is to get, I know I cannot drive up to see my family. I would love to have Thanksgiving with them for the first time and basically ever, but I know that's not feasible, probably, from what I understand of ISR, if that's something. I think that's what we all talk about, is having Thanksgiving together at my sister's house in Evelyn. And if not that, hopefully Christmas, something like that. Obviously, spending time with the family is very important. Spending time with Robin, who has been about the warmest experience of my life. It's what I've been waiting for through the prison time, and her pack. She's got 3 dogs. They're all great, just enjoying that. I know I'm not going to get too much time out. If that's the decision that I would be granted that opportunity, I probably wouldn't get that much time out. But I don't think that's. I've been exploring the ideas of, no matter what, I want to get more occupational training for my employment. I'd like to get some kind of recognized forklift certification. I'd like to do some OSHA training, which you can do online, which would at least give me a better advantage when I'm trying to enter the manufacturing workforce. Right now what I'm doing is I'm working in manufacturing, and it's humble, but I believe that's my avenue in the future of trying to find gainful employment. So I want to do the simple little things that would allow me to just have more accessibility in manufacturing fields. So OSHA is big. First aid training is big. Nationally recognized forklift certifications, things like that. So all that tied into one kind of incongruous answer, but
that's helpful. So I guess at this stage, I will just open it up to the board to ask any questions that they may have.
Comment, if I may begin. I appreciate your recognition of the bitter and the sweet, and what to hold that together accomplishment. Say a little bit more, please, about your difficulty finding work. What got in the way, or how'd you work through that?
So the one thing I didn't realize when trying to find work is that with my offense, it doesn't go past. I've apparently passed 7 years, the background checks, but the employment history, and I'm trying to be very transparent because I understand the social dynamics of people discovering my history at the workspace, you know. So I've always been upfront with, you know, I have a pretty severe felony. And if they inquire, I tell them exactly what my charge was, you know.
Yep.
That honesty was very important because I can understand the destructive social dynamics of a secret like that in a company. So that prevented me from getting a job basically anywhere until I met somebody that I was in Prison Fellowship Academy in Lino Lakes, which is a year-long faith-based cognitive behavioral therapy program. And I met somebody that I had gone through that program with, and he was able to talk to his supervisor. And that's basically the connections that I had made in that faith-based program in the penitentiary pulled me into my current position, which was an incredible blessing, you know. Otherwise, I might not have gotten a job, you know, at least for a lot longer time. But the biggest thing is I'm trying to be brutally honest, you know, and other people have even advised me against that. But like I say, I can't close my eyes to the destructive social dynamic of a secret like that, you know. Simultaneously, I mean, the absence of employment history is a big deal when they ask, like, what have you done? What are your work experiences? And, you know, that has been a big thing. It'll be, I imagine it's going to be easier in the future with this manufacturing experience behind me, but that's a big reason that regardless, I do want to do some occupational training. OSHA at least, because they've got pretty manageable online courses, and that'll look good on an application that I can leverage what I can do in the future.
Two more comments or areas, if I may. One of your big successes has been academic success. You've done well in the classroom. What have you found, or what's the opportunities for further training and the resources for your OSHA training? What have you found in that area, or how far away or out of reach or in reach is that?
I think that the OSHA thing is pretty in reach because they're online, basically Zoom things. I'm environmentally kind of hindered in my current situation with limited internet access and things like that in doing that, but I've already kind of slated in my mind that that's going to help me transition into a more financially feasible position sometime in the future. Not to say that this is not, but I imagine the mechanical difficulties of driving 120 miles a day for a job, you know, commuting 120 miles, you know, well, 55, 60 miles there, 65 and back. That's expensive, you know, it can be expensive on an automobile if things, so I need to find a better situation with that. Part of that is, you know, I can't act on those unless I know what my future looks like. And, you know, I don't want to get a job in Red Wing yet or start doing those things. I haven't really looked into the resources to aid in those things. I've just assumed that with the money that I've saved, which I could have saved more, but I've tried to save as much as I can. I make $1,200 a paycheck, and I've been putting $1,000 of that in savings. $200 of that goes towards my ride for gas for the month. So I've been spending about $200 out of $2,400 a month, you know, on personal needs, just trying to get better secure for whatever's going to happen. I think I can afford some of that occupational training without any kind of assistance. But I've also been mulling the idea of over because I know I'm capable of it. Hopefully, maybe getting a 2-year engineering type degree or AAS degree that could help me, because I think manufacturing is going to be the future that I have to pursue in some form or another. I haven't found any success trying to use my my Bachelor of Arts degree that I've got. So far, it hasn't helped me too much. The experience has been great. I think it's helped with critical thinking that I can apply in everyday circumstances. But
I'm also interested in your difficulties with health insurance and the importance of that. And how is that restricted, particularly mental health opportunities that have been encouraged or recommended?
So when I went to Damascus Way, I asked Nick Abbott, he's the director there. I said, where should I go to satisfy this mental health thing? He said, Olmsted Medical Center. I went to Olmsted Medical Center because I had to receive a referral from family care in order to get the health treatment or the therapy, because they wanted therapy to guide the transition. So then I had 2 meetings. They denied a referral, and I got a bill for about $1,000 for the 2 meetings. And then I talked to Olmsted Medical Center as to, well, do my insurance cover this? This is before I even had a job. So that kind of money was a long time down the road. But so I talked to Olmsted Medical Center. They referred me to Olmsted County Resources. I talked to Olmsted County Resources, and over the period of the next couple months, basically interfacing with separate people there, because some people, they knew what to look for. Some people did not, you know. A lot of those people, they weren't able to help me at all. And then after maybe 3 or 4 times going in there, I talked to a gentleman who apparently put it straight very quickly. But talking to the people to help me at the Olmsted County Resource Building, which is a short way from Damascus Way, so you can walk over there. And basically, I think it was set straight. But even now, when I look at, they gave me information to look at my benefits over the portal, the Medica portal. It says that the page is not set up yet. It has been several months, so I don't even know what my coverage looks like, and that's a difficult, I mean, it's a weird situation, because even at my company, I was supposed to get health insurance, but due to a technicality or an oversight, they gave me dental, they gave me eye, but they didn't give me health insurance. So then when I didn't know what I was looking at, you know, after a little while, I asked the human resources lady, I said, do I have health insurance through you? You know, and she looked at it and she said, well, there's a difficulty with the program page on APD, and they didn't sign me up for it. And she just advised me to use state insurance because it's better anyway. So it's been a strange kind of journey trying to navigate how that works. And but I have, you know, I've been trying, you know. And then as far as, you know, I knew that it was a dictate of the board to see kind of the guide through the transition with therapy. So I was doing peer support groups twice a week at least, you know, for a long time. So that's what I did do, because those were free. Those were resources through Damascus Way. They're basically Bible studies, but they're considered peer support groups, you know. That's been the biggest thing to help me through that time, is basically Bible studies, which the smaller, intimate Bible studies. Church, not so. After I got the weekend passes, it's been harder to accommodate a steady church time, but I try to go when I can. You know,
Mr. Ratzlaff, so you're working in Owatonna right now, and for the foreseeable future, and unless you find something in a better location, if you were paroled, would you consider finding a place in Owatonna so you could live near your employment?
I would have to say that it would be more feasible for me to, because I really want to go home to Robin, you know, live in Red Wing, and it's just peace, you know. It's really.
And how far is Red Wing from Owatonna?
It's about, I think, 60 miles, which right now it's 45 miles from where I'm at. So it'd be a little bit farther. Under those circumstances, it'd be more or less a priority. I say more or less because I do feel a sense of loyalty to my company, and I want to give them every, you know, if I have opportunities for overtime right now with the tariffs, things are a little slow. I'm assured that my job is safe, but they've cut 401ks quite a bit and things like that. Well, matching contributions to the company. But they assure me that things will pick back up and I'll have overtime options. And I think with overtime options, it might offset some of the difficulties. A lot of people that work in that company, they commute for some ways. You know, it's a good company. It's got a lot of good things going for it. And they gave me a chance when nobody else would. So that's why I prefaced it with more or less, because all the dynamics in place there. I would like to search for a job closer, even if it's in Rochester from Red Wing. That's a lot closer to Red Wing than Owatonna is. But I've been trying to get a job at some of the companies in Rochester that hire, but it hasn't really worked out so far.
Okay.
Have you talked about couples counseling when you actually move in together?
I don't know that it's anything that we've like really spoke about, but I know that it's something that we would do. I think that there's a lot for both of us to learn from each other, and we're coming into this. It would be new. It would be different. And I think just having any sort of extra support is always great.
Other questions from?
One more, if I may. I'm concerned about, for lack of a better words, public response. As a couple, how have you experienced positive support in a reentry process, or the obstacles of moving together as a couple with incarceration behind one of you?
Well, I think that everyone makes mistakes, and I don't think that something should be, I guess, moving forward, whether or not, I know that in Red Wing, I have a great community, sense of community, and a very good group of people. I don't think that that was ever anything that anybody would judge for, and I think that it's just support. I think that the support will be there.
So in your community, that connection of the we does not seem to be inhibited by any legal history, is what I understand.
No.
We've had the chance to meet your family a couple of times. They're eager for you to be looser, right? Is your family around too? What do you have for support? I mean, you've talked about community, but.
Right. So my mother and father are still around. My father lives up north. My mother is in Red Wing. And I have a son who lives out in Utah. That's kind of my close network. My aunt and uncle, we're a pretty close family. So
You've got more of that family.
right.
And the dogs.
The dogs, yes.
All right. Any other questions?
I would make a comment, just if you're not aware, that it's kind of a crazy time out here in the world.
We just have you move the
It's
mic closer.
It's so as you're experiencing hard times finding jobs places, it may not be about you. So just an awareness that you're looking for jobs in areas that are lots of uncertainty. So
I've definitely seen that just from my time in my company. It seems to be a pall of uncertainty that hangs over it, but the good thing is they've assured us that the employees mean a lot. That's why they've made a lot of concessions other than firing. But you definitely see that. Definitely see that.
All right. Hearing nothing else, Mr. Ratzlaff, is there anything that you would like to say to the board before we engage in a little discussion about next steps here?
Just thank you for seeing me, and I know that it's a really difficult decision you guys have to make with how crazy the world seems to be, and I just thank you for giving me the chance, and I'm thankful regardless of the outcome. Truly, it's just I'm just happy to be given the chance. I've got a lot just from your last decision that has been a blessing in my life, and they grow every day. I think they're going to grow regardless, but just thank you.
Good, thank you. All right, with that, I would open it up to the board for any thoughts around next steps.
Could I make a motion to parole and in the 60-day interim that he go to phase 4 work release, the apartment building in Rochester?
I'll second that.
A motion and a second to give a 60-day date thereabouts, and we'll tighten that up with the supervision agent who would be assigned would be Goodhue County. I think that's a DOC county. And then would look to do that and then move to phase 4. Can you describe that a little bit? Just what that is?
My understanding, it's another house in Rochester. There's staff on site. He still would need to meet with his case manager weekly at the halfway house, and they're still testing. So there's still supervision, but I believe it's just a little less structured than the actual house.
How long does stage 4 generally last?
Until he hits his date. He would, until he hits the
Okay.
date.
Until he reaches the date. Okay.
I just want to ask the question, would they look at a phase, more of a phase 2 type of option?
Damascus and Rochester doesn't do phase 2 specifically, so.
All right. So there's a motion and a second for this, and it would be obviously the expectation that it remain discipline-free. And I'll tell you what, I'm even going to sweeten the pot here. Do well, make things happen, and then reach out to me prior to Thanksgiving. And I'll see what I can do about influencing your pass to get to your mom's house or your sister's house. So,
Would you like him to write directly to you or to me?
yeah, right. We'll get you this in there, but we'll help, assuming everything goes well. I just want to sweeten that incentive that we could help make something happen, which would be a little atypical, but we would like to see that happen nonetheless. Your ISR stuff really would be transitional. You're going to hit, once you hit your supervised release date, you're on supervised release, and there would be no reason to continue unless there was an issue with something that we would keep you on ISR. So we would be really looking to kind of stage that in line with the amount of time you have remaining. So a motion, did we have a second? I can't remember. Okay, motion and a second was made to the motion. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Strufert.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. Unanimous vote, so congratulations to you. You will have a date roughly around probably end of October or November 1, somewhere in that time frame. Becky will get you a date as soon as we have the release plan investigated, which will mean that an agent would be in contact with you and do what they do and go from there. I don't anticipate there would be any issues given the fact that you've had work release folks involved with you as well over the course of time. So with that, unless you have any questions, you're free to go, and good luck to you.
Good luck to you both.
Take care.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Good
Take
job.
care.
And
Good
best
luck to you.
wishes.
Take care.
Talk to your Shannon, if you have any questions between now and then, be patient. It takes a little while for paperwork to happen and for conditions of release to get set and those things. So talk with her and she'll give me a holler if she has questions. Take care.
All right, just We've finished that side of the business. A couple of other items, the new business, just this is a little discussion around annual tours. You want to address that?
So if you all recall, one of the requirements of being a board member is to tour a correctional facility once a year. So I would just encourage you to start thinking about that and letting Aubrey know which facility you would be interested in touring, and she'll help get you set up for those tours in this next year.
I have a quick question. I was thinking about that. Is it appropriate in talking to Aubrey to not just request a tour, but really rather like a tour, but sit in on a particular program?
If there's something you're interested,
Yeah.
Aubrey can pass that along to the people she works with at the facility.
Great.
And we'll just ask the warden.
One area that I'd be interested in is the transition programs that are available. I'm not sure how consistent that is, but
They run pretty regularly, so we can,
but that person, just for me to understand a little bit more what is available in that transition process, where there seems to be some good energy going into that. And I'd like more information on
Sure,
that.
express that to Aubrey and she'll help you out.
Okay.
So I just wanted to remind everybody that you do that at some point
Thank you.
during the fiscal year.
a second item not on here, but just that I want to bring up is that we want to send out a poll to look here later in the fall to create a little bit of a training half day or whatever that is, and we'll do some different things. We had the group come in with some of the policy recommendations. That would be a part of it. We would invite them to come back in to meet with us and address this. I think that would be a the thought was it would be a non-board business day, but really a training focus, which would mean otherwise it's an open meeting, which it can be done either way. But when we're talking about the policies and so forth, it sometimes can be easier just to have that conversation as it relates to training that the nonprofit who did some of the recommendations around the law changes could bring forward. So we'll get out a poll just around a variety of different times when people might be available for that, and we'll check with them in terms of their availability. They did express a willingness to come in and provide that training here for a chunk of the time we would get together. So those were the two items of new business that we would have. The last thing would be we would also look for a motion to approve the meeting minutes of July 29th.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And the motions, the minutes are approved. I don't believe we have anybody signed up for public comment. So with that, the next meeting of the Supervised Release Board is coming quickly, Tuesday, September 9th here. And with that, I would entertain a non-debatable motion for adjournment.
So moved.
And we are adjourned. Thank you.